Oh, what? That's it. That's how the song ends. See what I get for not fully listening to these songs to completion. I just find myself excited versions, give a listen part way through, think, hey, I like that, and go with it. Then it turns out it's got like awkward loops, or doesn't end properly. Anywho, I've been meaning to try this one for a while. And as soon as I get everything prepped for it, Inkle goes and releases a brand new game that's not this at all. But too late. I planned for this. We are doing this one. Today is going to be Vampire. Primarily because everything I've read about it over the years has been everyone saying it starts off pretty cool, but ends up mediocre. And I want to see, is it really mediocre? I was going through some reviews leading up to this, like what does IGN say, what does Kotaku say? And the prevailing idea seems to be that the writing is incredible, but the gameplay, the combat, not so much. And that's got me curious, because I, like me, some good stories and some poor gameplay. That looks dark, that is way dark. Cool. Is that sized right? That should be, yeah. Okay, just making sure. And let me test the audio, because this game is really nice enough that it doesn't freeze the game when you all tab out. So I could actually see the bars move. Let me give myself a quick audio test. Okay, good, I can hear that. And I'm way loud. Let me put this mic away. Too loud, maybe even. So, Vampire. Warning. Even if based on proven medical knowledge from 1918, Vampire sometimes takes liberties with establishing possible links between scientific theories and supernatural creatures for theatrical purposes. In other words, do not try to cure any diseases with any of the recipes shown in this video game. Darn it! I got my notepad and everything. Was gonna take some good notes. And no rats are harmed during the making of this game. Cute. So the Y is my do not close saving icon. Take responsibility for your actions. Oni-san. Pretty. And loving the music so far. Those violins are something nice. Okay, so mostly just watching on this end to see like how smooth it is. Because you never know. Everything moves around with the cursor. Forget the whole game, I'm just gonna play with this for a while. Options, should check my options. Subtitles. None, small or medium, not large. Name a speaker. Ooh, is it gonna spoil me if I turn that on? Language, United States, Deutsch, Espanol. Is there non-United States English? No. Alright, so this should be good. Video. Resolution's fine. VSync off by default. Oh my goodness. No complaints already. Textures, material qualities. Post-processing quality. Let's put you on medium. Everything else should be fine. And if it looks like it's stagnant here, then maybe I'll tinker with it. Because it's already dark. Let me see about... Well, hey, Crab Boy and Weirdo. And Skids. Yeah, only American English. I thought for sure that if it was going to give an option of American English, maybe there'd be non-American English. I'm gonna put it at max brightness just for the sake of visibility. It doesn't look too washed out. Maybe 7. Start off with 7. Alright. It's been 5 minutes of just tinkering around. Actually gonna play the game now. Well, there's different modes. Story mode with the low challenge. This will cut an important part of the experience, but will allow you to enjoy the story and explore with a little danger. Easy combat, no reward for fitting to this mode without killing any citizens. Normal is the original vampire experience. Character progression is faster if you kill citizens. Combat difficulty linked to the number of citizens you kill. Or hard mode. Power as a vampire is tied to the citizens you choose to embrace. Enemies harder to kill and hit harder. Experience points rewarded by killing enemies in combat are reduced. I barely know anything about this game, but I have heard that people find no reason to kill or embrace nice people. I might have heard that now and again. Warning, you will not be able to change difficulty mode during your playthrough. In that case, hard it is. Give me that reason to do harm to people I might otherwise find nice and friendly. Enjoy your naps, kids. Hope you feel better.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star, a dire presage.
You gotta have hand for vampires.
When there was no reason to be found, when religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand?
What is a man?
But a call to arms. What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
It's one of the side effects of vampirism.
Death.
Your language abilities go pure purple prose.
Mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss.
Just checking, still looks smooth.
And be born once more.
Excuse me. I'm not sure how deliberate this audio balance is. His wheezing feels very muffled, but the music is like right in my ears. Might be to express some idea of confusion and disorientation. Baby, don't hurt me. Is this control time? Camera over the shoulder? It is. Just have him walk backwards the whole time. No, backwards I said. Now let me give this the old tech check. Neum. Doesn't... No. Pretty smooth. Cool. Like I said, you never know with some games. Like, sometimes the modern games run smoothly, but older ones completely botch everything up. Must be like a graphic card thing or something. But this seems fine. That song has a vampire theme music video, and now I have to look it up. So, came from the corpse pit. Probably don't want to go back then. What's that say? Hannah something or other. But it's locked. That was blocked. Assuming I want to follow the red. Is this a forklift? What is this? Oh, that's just a crane. Got me excited. Well, you're the red miss. Is that her voice that I'm hearing?
So thirsty.
Could see her heart beating. Does she mind if I walk in front of her? I can't walk in front of her. Completely stealth Weezer. Aw, she's happy to see me. Hey, old castle gyrating. That's practically the token dictionary definition of vampirism. Oh, we don't get to watch the heart beat out. No artsy riddle over her face.
My sweet brother. What have you done?
Mary! Oh, no. Mary!
She has given us color. No, don't tourniquet her neck.
Please, hold on. Oh, God. Mary. No. No.
It's alright, bro. She's a part of you forever now.
This horror. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain.
Escape sequence? Detroit escape sequence? Or no? Or yes?
These patrols are after me.
No secrets have run the opposite direction? Nah, nothing here. This is pretty though.
No!
Oh wait, they're actually. Oh wait, never mind. Hold on. Didn't think they'd actually catch up to me.
This is a nightmare.
But it's a pretty nightmare, John. Look at those blues.
I need to get out of here.
The ivy clinging to the wall. Oh my goodness. Individual leaves all rendered. Oh, that is gorgeous.
This can't be happening.
Oh, hi.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm.
Okay, so health does seem to regenerate. Does it? Well, not if I'm getting shot.
What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about?
Hey, knife.
Shit, where'd it go?
Left click for melee attack.
I can defend myself. Where'd it go? Kill that thing!
No presence of the barrels, though. Uh-oh.
Who are you? Stay back! Kill that thing!
I can't flee, can I? Gotta fight somebody. Was that an automatic revolver?
But you left me no choice.
Oh, can't break all boxes.
Who are you? Stupid beast!
I can dodge. Cool. And already a better dodge in Yakuza's 3 and 4. No loot. This is where the horror aspect comes in. Industrial horror. Floating chains horror.
No, please, stop!
We're locking on. How'd I lock on? Controls? Oh, don't give me that. I don't have a controller. Where is the X, Y, A, B on here? Where's my bumpers? Minus 5 points for that. So, right trigger is to lock target. Am I to interpret that then as scroll button on the mouse? No? Oh well. I'm dead. Tutorial death already. I blame the switch target message.
Who are you?
Is there an alternate way of escape then? No? Nothing here? All linear? Oh, I can't jump into the molten metal? Telling me how to switch target, but not how to target in the first place.
Who are you? What do you want?
Is that really, though, the only control layout it has for me? Because that is awful. That's like Lords of Shadow 2 awful. Not sure why I'm still exploring, there's nothing here.
need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me. The sun feels like it's burning me to the bone.
I just love how as a species we decided that vampires need anguish. Because
I
anguish
need to find
vampires are best
somewhere to
vampires.
Let me go!
Whoa, hold on. Oh, thought that was a missile. Oh, my health. Where's my health? There's a red cap on my health? Is that because I was burnt?
I need to find shelter.
Wait, I could just run through those? Where's the barrel? Want to test that. Barrel? No barrels. You know, there are plenty of jokes about, like, in Britain, what is this blue thing in the sky? Every time there's a picture that's not overcast. But it turns out they actually do get sun. First time I went to England, I dressed up for the
Is anybody
stereotypical
there?
overcast and all that. It was the brightest, hottest summer on record. The first of several bright, hot summers.
Place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
What's this? Oh, spoiled food.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's
Number
this?
2 must be new to the job.
Go watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it in shadow takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an E. That's impossible.
What is the time that they took his watch? The death? Is he not? Oh, he hasn't come to terms with his death yet. Oh no.
Brother. What have you done?
Mary! Mary!
John.
Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
I hate to tell you, man, but I think this means you've turned into a lamprey. Shillings? Oh no, money hasn't been decimalized yet. Have to learn myself a new monetary system. Fire and sun. Leeches do not fear the sun or fire, and they do not burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under the rays of daylight. But it hurts them good, really good. I have personally chained a vampire to a tree to see what would happen when the sun rises. Its skin blackened in just a few minutes, as if it was burning from the inside. Its eyes and flesh melted, and I saw its unholy bones move and squeal as the beast tried to escape all day long. In the end, only a desiccated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate where the sun disappeared behind the horizon. I cut its head to finally destroy it. And when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leech never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon of choice, brothers. To burn the beast is the best way to kill it for good. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldrick, Prewin Leader. Lore collectibles. Cool.
I had better remain here until nightfall.
Though I guess they do burn easily, don't they? The old GF certainly did. Presence of sun doesn't mean protection from the same.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish.
Then you should have minded your own business, John.
Still have so much left that needs doing.
Running after poets in the fog? Brought that on yourself. See, they are rapid-firing revolvers then. That's not a single bore. Not a pepper box or anything.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
And then through gameplay, it becomes easy. Wait a tick. Are those bite marks on my neck? I think those are. Is there a chance then that Mary might also get a strain from us? Bloody diary. 15th October. Bad sleep. Becky coughed all night and the fever made her delirious. I heard a loud noise in the morning. It's a big machine some men brought by the banks to dig a hole in the ground. It was some sort of mechanical shovel. Maybe I can go there. Ask for some work. Becky needs medicine. 16th October. I talked to the men with the mechanical shovel. They told me they're digging mass graves all around London. Safety measures, apparently. Is there a new epidemic? Is a flu coming back? They had no work for me. Becky slept a little last night. The foundry had been closed, and there were no more jobs nearby. 19th October. I went to London to find some groceries and drugs, no trains. It took me the whole day to cross the Thames and come back. Becky seemed better. I made a soup she ate. I found no drugs, only a few syringes. And some sleeping pills at a black market. We have no money left. Maybe I could go to Pembroke Hospital tomorrow, but it's so far. And I fear leaving my wife for so long. 19th October. This is a lot for one diary in a video game. 19th October. Becky threw up the meal a few hours after she ate. She is so frail now, it makes me cry. She says she hears voices outside at night. She says she wants to eat meat. Where would I find meat? Tomorrow. I'll barricade the house to protect us from looters. Ah, mate, your wife's a vampire. 21st October. The amount of mechanical shovels have stopped digging the mass grave. I heard shouts last night, as if they were attacked. Now there are only a few boats throwing bodies day and night into the giant hole. The smell is terrible. We should have left this house a week ago, but Becky, she refuses to leave. She'd rather die, she said with a nasty smile. Why is she torturing me so? 22nd October. Becky just attacked me. She jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. I had to smack her, but she smacked me back. I went upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. Now I can hear her crying and mumbling downstairs. I retrieved the gun I hid in the ceiling since the war to protect the house. Now, I'm ready to use it to protect myself from my own wife. 23rd October. I could not sleep at all. Becky spent the whole night scratching at the door, asking for my help, begging me to let her in, but I was too afraid to open it. I'm just waiting for her to die now. It would not be long. I pray God it will end soon. 24th October. Hey, where'd you go? Was that an idle thing? That idle out? 24th, was it? I was so hungry. I tried to go downstairs this morning. Becky was sitting in the armchair by the chimney. She was panting like a dog, looking at me without moving, just following me around the room with her eyes. I pointed the gun at her sore face, but she did not react. I could not pull the trigger. I went back to my room. 25th October. The house is silent like a tomb. No more noises. Becky is dead now. Forgive me, my love. I was unable to save you. I'll be with you soon enough. How many are there of these diaries and things? Quest items. Gotta be loads, not just collectible lore. Could sleep. Anything else? Nothing else. Sleep then. If all the notes are going to be that long,
This makes no
we'll
sense.
see.
None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it.
We are, it seems, a vampire, Robbie.
So be it.
A very anguished and appropriately purple prosy vampire.
Rational thinking only.
Shoot! Do I have to? What if I don't? Then the kettle keeps boiling. I don't know if we're queer. What he just started. Cool. For a growth rate of 300 per year? That's surprising. Alright, fine, I'll shoot. Achievement from here to... Was that intro? And then proper credits. Very cinematic game so far. See, John, all you've done is spill your sister's blood.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
As it is, as bright as the moon, Jane's blood is summoned into a glowing reflection.
Evolution? Hideout beds like to evolve and rest. Can I? Autophagy. 200 healing. To drain my own blood. To heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. I can't leave, can I? I gotta be autophagious. What else could I get? Defensive stuff? Tactical? Ultimate? Ultimate? What's so ultimate about you? A shadow vortex at your target's feet. You lose control, letting the beast take over. Very World of Darkness. Boil your target's blood to violently explode them. Cool. Science skills, more syringes for 3 serums. Bullets I can carry. It's doing the, what is it? Evil Within thing of upgrading my pockets. Big thirst. Alright, fine, I'll consume myself. Oh, there's multiple tiers of consuming myself. Power of his blood to heal. Normal, aggravated damage. Increasing his flesh, nerve, and bone my regeneration is split among 3. Flesh, nerve, and bone. With time, the ability can be extremely powerful. What's it lead to? Drain own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. Trade instant death. Trade instant health gain for greater regeneration. Instant health gain, greater regen, 300 healing. Trade more blood to heal yourself instantly, an additional boost to health regeneration. I'm kind of disappointed that if I let go, the bar only disappears. It doesn't go back down backwards. Enough XP to unlock aggressive skill. Where's aggressive? Claws. Blood Sphere. Shadow Mist. Cloud of shadows at target's feet, or yours, to explode and cause heavy damage. Throw a spear made of blood, which can pass through enemies in front of you. Area to meters, ranged, close. A close range strike that will cut through all living creatures in front of you. What do I have? 1141 XP? Is it via XP or blood? How do I see what I have to spend? It says I have enough XP to unlock it. Large blood spear. Three small blood spears. What do claws do? How are claws not boring? Cut through flesh of your prey so deeply that I gain blood with each hit. That could be cool. Use your claw strength and now strike your prey with a stunning effect. Might go for claws then. What Shadow Mist do? Explosion does increased range damage. Struck constantly by slithers of darkness, causing them to bleed. The vampire would directly absorb the blood from the wounds. Cool. Level 12 required. Maybe in time. Let's see, that costs what? 1,000? Spears also 1,000. Claws. Well, I have a machete. Still, don't die. So I don't need to get my hands dirty. Give me some range then. Because spear doesn't give me blood, does it? just shotgun spears or big spears with pierces, or just blow everybody up. Confirm like I have a choice.
Voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Running? Walking? Oh, running? Oh, there's a quest marker on the compass? What about the immersion of wandering around blind in a new city? Thump thump. Who could it be? Who can that be knocking on my door? Uh-oh.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Maybe they're here for the pocket watch. Could be that.
Here's the leech. Here!
Couldn't even close the door behind me. Ooh, nice. Shadowy teleportation powers?
My head's spinning. I cannot enter.
What's this? Off-handed weapons. With the right-click button and a shelter key. Is that a stake? T and G. One and two. What are those? Oh, right. We need vampire powers.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
To use your stake and inflict stun damage. To bite.
Die, vermin! There's one of them vermin!
Or just I can't escape, I was too slow.
It's locked, all right.
Oh, it's locked. So, where is he? He's not coming for me? No? And then F to bite. Okay. If I gotta.
The strength I never knew I had.
Press 2 to unleash a vampire skill. Okay. Oh, is that it? Did I just waste it? How do I target for real? Because that's just wasting it on myself. Okay, hold on. Vampire PC controls. If the game's not gonna tell me. Click escape and read them. Don't be a jerk, Victor, from 3 years ago. That gives me, like, gamepad controls. So it seems this game was developed for consoles. As for my surprise, I found an Xbox controller pick in the controller with no hit controllers needed for PC. Lame developers. Agreed, Derek from 3 years ago. Key binding settings. Are there key binding settings? There's credits. Set key bind. Okay, where's my target? Toggle enemy lock as control. So it is scroll button for next target. The wiggle mouse icon in the tutorial was garbage. So control, the next target, next target. Not that it matters, because I've wasted my blood. Ow. Nice, I'll then just stand around and wait for me.
This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire.
There you go.
Like a child learning the limits
See,
of my
that would have been
body.
fun if the game actually knew it was on the keyboard. Oh, hello. Who are you? Mr. Shotgun Fellow. Oh, right, gotta target them first. Oh. That's aggressive of him. I had to think I was gonna be nice and spare him. Oh, no stamina. No, I'm shuffling now. How am I not dead? Was that a bayonet he has? Oh, that was sloppy. That was way sloppy.
My reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
After that, man, you're less than human. And nothing else here? No shinies for me? Well, so far combat seems fun. Not sure what Kotaku and IGN were talking about unless it gets worse later. Though it does do the very 2014 thing of porting to PC, but they're not including actual PC prompts in the how to play. Signage? Join the ranks? Nah.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
Oh, is that a rat? I ate a rat! Shillings from the working kids.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Could I jump off? I'm tempted to see if I can fall. No, I can't. It won't let me.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
$5 shillings from a homeless camp. Truly a man of the people, this Dr. John. No more tributes.
What will London have to say to me?
Dude, I think London was saying a lot just now, trying to kill you.
I have so many questions unanswered. Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
That is a hole in his back, John. I think you could assume he's dead.
The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
Is this gonna be Twilight Princess time? It is Twilight Princess time.
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
But are there any more shillings first?
This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked.
$5 shillings, worth it. Oh, was that it? Where'd you go? Blood. I
There's
kind
no one
of
inside.
want to roam around too. Oh, can't get weapons out here? So I can't break through these barrels? Cheating me already, game. Screws and grease. Now I'm really rich. Jump off? Oh, can't jump off. Our city needs you. Your city needs you. City, you. Life saved by efficient medical aid as blow struck at blank. A flu epidemic. Okay, this seems fairly large. Far cities go. Maybe I should just follow the blood for now.
Where has everyone gone?
They're dead, John. They're all dead. This is 1918. So London's gone to the sky ages ago. There's nobody left, man. Just empty buildings. A new hideout. How to get to? This it? Just had a new hideout. To spend your XP while resting. Craft items. Cool. Ammo stashes. So how to craft. Can craft medical treatments to heal 6 citizens, serums to boost myself, and weapon upgrades to improve and customize my weapons. Maybe I want to be nice. Sepsis, anemia, fatigue, quinine, ferrous tartrate, plenty of things I don't have. Also that light, ouch. Where am I heading now? Blood went here, right? What? Oh, there's a, that's a rat's heart. Oh my goodness, that's too cute. Come back here, come back here. Cute little
I have
rodent.
this. blood. That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant.
Unknown. Hold up. Spoiling me game, showing me people I don't know yet. 2 people. Multiple people. I can tell just by the beating of their hearts, I guess. What they look like.
At last, a little life.
Hey, don't mind the bloody, disoriented guy with the holes in his chest and neck.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
Speak with the locals. Sure.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Long night?
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
We're not local. We're, Berkshire. What about
Tell me more
murders?
about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my
Completely
bar, sir,
sensible
the
questions.
Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
Mood.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man?
Tessa's
What
client
does he look like?
confidentiality.
Like a gentleman, I guess. Well dressed, quite polite. Professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Nothing suspicious at all. Just
I need to
interrogating
meet
about his
this
one
man.
client.
I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Anyone enter? What's going round?
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
The sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
Can we pet the sewer dog?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
And that's all
I'll
for
leave
him.
you to your bottle then.
Is that gonna be the theme of the game? The real monster was man the whole time. He doesn't mind me going back at the house? Nobody else here, right? Just the three of them.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
I just want to talk. Be
I just
whiny
want to
about
talk.
it.
I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
Alright, not gonna frighten her anymore.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Unknown fellow with glasses. Instantly suspicious.
No place for you. Freewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
I only saw the one heartbeat.
The killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require them.
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire.
Dang, that is bright.
Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Sir, could you turn that off, please? Thanks.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
And where was his speaking partner? Oh no, Robbie. Is that a regular occurrence? Wednesday sirens?
And who might
Unknown
you be?
person. Edgar Swansea. Blood quality 6000 XP. Wait, or is that spend blood quality? Is that gain 6000 XP? Or is that spend it to unlock these? Blood quality of citizens is largely influenced by their health and number of hints you gather before embracing him or her. They test them. Oh no, that does sound inconvenient. Emergency alert systems I get, but sirens, you think? What kind of sirens? I thought you meant like police and ambulance sirens. I was gonna say if it was those kinds. You'd think those would get constant use. A pillar? You suffer fatigue. Healthy, healthy. Unknown person. Are you our sire? What happened? I missed it. I won't tell. You first. I don't know. I don't know. Be honest.
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling
But not us.
card of a vampire. Like you.
Well, no, we've only killed in self-defense, apart from our sister. This isn't real. Isn't gonna be the most helpful. I'm a victim. That's what we're here for. And no, I haven't heard any tornado sirens, I don't think. Haven't really lived in tornado areas, so it hasn't been a part of my life.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here too.
I believe you.
Then
Score?
if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
Help me then? Who are you talking to? We don't see her.
Voice, that of a woman.
She went out the window?
Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What do you know, Brotherhood?
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Okay, keep your wizard secrets.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Is that gonna be my job? Turn vampire to hunt vampires? At the very least, Robbie, people are complex. People can be reprehensible in so many ways, but still positive in others.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Would explain the staggered footsteps. Came across the body. Then, oh no, how horrific, and stumble back in, maybe? I'm not sure. Yes, no. No, with an exclamation mark. This cannot be! I'm gonna keep a rational, skeptical mind.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
Jonathan, listen to the man.
How
You got
would
beaten up by
know better than
humans.
I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I'll end him. I don't know. I'll demand answers. Is what we want right now more than anything. Or we don't know. Uncertainty.
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Sorry about that. Maybe leftover curry first thing in the morning wasn't the best idea.
Go hunt your shadow.
Back to just interrogate the locals. Was gonna say, I don't know if this is gonna do like the Fallout-esque thing, where you kind of want to answer questions how they want to be heard. So just gonna be honest to my interpretation of John, and answer as I think he'd answer.
It's locked, all right. If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
These footprints are not going up the stairs. These very bloody footprints. Sabrina Cavendish, you hiding something? Footprints come in. Thought it was Swansea.
It's a good thing you cannot see.
Nobody minds the bloody footsteps. Except those aren't the same shoes, are they? What are you wearing? Are those heels? Those are heels. And her feet appear to be smaller than the prints, so probably not her.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
And now that resounding. I was just about to say, he's not sounding as frantic, but then I want the truth!
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
About the epidemic?
What
We've
have you
been
heard about
out of the
the
loop
epidemic?
for the past
The
10 years.
Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. So it's really hard to travel across town.
And the murders?
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog. What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed.
The ancients of
Now
London.
he's killing in the streets.
And
What
this
is
place.
this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
Epidemic starts, so open your bar up to more
You
people.
don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
Okay, since that's it for sensible questions. The truth, Sabrina!
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
Yeah, because a strange bloody man is accosting her.
William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
William Bishop.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. My God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
And why are you afraid? Having heard
Why
that someone's
are you
gonna
so
clock
afraid?
someone,
I mean,
shouting,
his
crying.
His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his
A
job,
reliable
he offered him
customer.
money.
A corpse
They
eater.
used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I
Human
see.
crosses are a bug but funny.
Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
You mean like NPCs just T-posing around? Just discovered a hint. Unlocked hints increase the amount of XP. Cool. Tom and William Bishop used to be good friends. Oh no, Tom, what's the matter then? How to get out? Left click to right click out? Excuse me. Well, a T-pose, I won't mind. The only bug that's really problematic so far is that the game seems to think that this PC version is on the Xbox 360. And I doubt there's a fix for that.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Can't
I'll
accost him
leave
for the
you to your
truth.
bottle, then. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
You're not the bartender, go away.
I'll
Clearly, I was talking to Tom.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I...
Playing on Steam.
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
The only other stranger. You can force a citizen to reveal information thanks to a hint you have discovered. Oh, cool. Talk to me about William.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me? Tom.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Disable Xbox controller config. I'll try that. If that does give me actual keyboard layouts. See, I've been playing enough console ports that I just come to accept that some, a rare few, acknowledge that they're actually ported to computers and that most are just gonna pretend it's not on Xbox. But if that works...
William, just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous? How was he tonight?
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Avoided getting into a trap.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Nice of him. Even with that bad blood, still giving him that chance. So disable Xbox controller config. Where would that be? Gameplay? Nothing here. Would it be video? No. Or is that a Steam setting someplace? On Steam itself. Steam input, default settings, Steam input. Nothing for Xbox controller. Doesn't seem to be the case then. Though I got cards. A Sabrina Cavendish and a Fergal Bansha. Spoilers, Steam? Spoilers? Okay, so that might explain why the boot prints went this way, then off to the side. Did he go out the door? The back door? No, that's just over the door. Ooh, hello. Big pot of blood across the water. And that is north.
Damn it. I think drink
Hideout. How do I move? Zoom in, place marker. Oh, just by scrolling. Mouse to the edge. So you suffer from fatigue, but I haven't got anything to make treatment stuff. Dyson? Who's Dyson? I see the drunk fellow, because you're Tom, you're Sabrina. Okay, the drunk fellow needs fatigue medicine.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
Seems rashy. Assume there's not really any zoom option. Oh, he's sleeping in the rain. Oh, if he's not dead, he's going to be.
The body is still warm.
The body.
This man has
Yeah,
just
he's
been
dead.
drained of blood.
The note first.
What's this?
Most conspicuous
Some sort
thing.
of note.
Plus it's raining. It's gonna get Rune of the Rain. Pre-win orders. 30th October from G. McCullum to dock patrols. Object. Multiple deaths in the dock region. We believe a nasty leech is involved. Locate the beast. Purge it and quickly. Warning. According to recent reports, this vampire is very violent. Approach with extreme caution. I know we lack men in this part of town, but don't send rookies to investigate the case. If I'm correct, we've got a frenzied one killing each night. As always, search abandoned places first, like old houses, basements, sewers, or warehouses. Destroy the Leech Brothers.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters.
I've only had one encounter with a leech. It was a tiny one. Canoeing across a lake, paddling a bit too hard, splashing water back in, and there's this tiny leech just between my feet, wiggling in the sunlight. And just that was the worst.
This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
That barge? That barge. Okay, so how do... Ooh. F? Forgot I had that. Pre-win gunner. And hunters. Where's my stealth option? Can I... Well, I can't target from here. G to hide. Oh, I see. Not to hide from. Tee. Stealth. Bullets? Inflict both standard damage and stun damage. Beware, your ammo is limited.
Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Whoops. Okay. I hear folk but don't see folk.
I've only been part of the guard for 3 weeks to the day. All the more reason to shame Mr. Kareem. If the man says a bloodsucker's dug in here, you've got one job, and that's to find it. Find it fine. Fair enough, Tom. But why do they hide where it's so damn cold?
Oh, they split up. I should have blown them both up. Can I blow them up from here? No, I can't.
Best stay back, sir.
Who? Best stay back?
Did you hear me?
Oh, me? Yeah, alright, I'm out. Sorry. I don't see him, though. He hasn't got a pulse. Or he's too far away. Fire executioner. Oh no. Not so bad this combat. Shotgun shells. Lead plate, aluminum, probably does not go into fatigue medicine. He's coming closer. And that's a brawler type. Not enough blood. There we go. Enemy card? V to spot enemies around. Oh, yeah. Figured that out already. Go away. Tutorial, please, go away. Some enemies are more resistant to certain types of damage. Melee, range, blood, shadow. Orange is medium. Red is a high resistance. Okay. I can't tell if this blood is from me. Probably isn't, because he hasn't got blood on him. Oh, there's more ups. A gunner. Who else is here?
That's this nest of them cleaned out.
Could it be that there's no vampire after all here, but just these fellows?
I like their screams when you burn them alive.
Being a bit overzealous in their killings? A fire executioner. Who's up top? Cadet?
Bastards back here again.
I think though they're too far apart, so I probably can't get them all in one blast. Gunner resistant to range, resistant to melee. Whoops. Again. Failed to target. Surprise. Is it taking more hits to stun him as a rule? A lead rod? Use Lupara. A sawn-off shotgun. Okay, how do I assign it? There's leveling. Is it one hand or offhand? Where would I put it? How do I use it? Shoot is right click. So maybe offhand. Skill 1, 2, 3, and 4. Switch melee, switch ranged. Do I do that by dragging you to... Can't move him, so I guess not. Then how do I use you? That's still offhand. What does controller say? Switch main hand weapon, offhand weapon. It says C, but C doesn't seem to be working. Melee Z. Z and C for melee and weapons. Melee and ranged. Oh well. Guess no guns for me then. More bullets and sugar. Oh, who's that? A gunner. Don't mind me dropping onto your friends.
Stay close, keep an eye on each other. Over there!
Every shilling counts. Aluminum, 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 just metals. No one's got any medicinal stuff for me to use. New practice, new tactics, new collectible. I know that some of our companions consider that the best advantage we have in our fight against the leeches is that they can't go out during the day. Thus, we can hunt them down when they hide, powerless in their sleep. This is a rookie mistake. First, because vampires are clever, and they have countless ruses and tricks to avoid being spotted in their den. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill any intruders in what they consider their most precious sanctuary. It would cost us too much men and too much time to explore and eradicate vampires in their hideouts. The best tactic is to follow and destroy them when they really are vulnerable. When they hunt at night, it is much easier to attack them then, for they can easily be spotted. That is why the Guard of Prewood must evolve and deploy new tactics to hunt leeches. Small and mobile patrols. Tactics based on technological advantage. Modern communications. We can learn many things of the war in France. New strategy, new equipment and new weaponry. Grenades, white phosphorus, ultraviolet light, bulletproof vests and flamethrowers. It is time for the Guard to embrace the 20th century. From A New War by Jeffrey McCullum, Prewood leader. Splat splat. Rats in hideouts.
This is despicable.
More fire executioners. Could I sneak on him? Because he doesn't appear to be facing me. And if I could avoid him, I would much prefer that. Nope, can't avoid him. Or can't sneak on him. Hey, a note. Oh, shillings and shotgun shells. The man wakes up confused, bloodied, doesn't know what's going on, but he knows to kill.
I cannot enter.
Can you use your vampiric teleportation thing to get through the bars or over the wall, then down?
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it.
Oh, those are bones.
The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
A lead rod. I think he's using it.
As one, we shall overcome this. We've done it.
2 beating hearts. A used scythe. Two-headed weapons. Equip a two-headed weapon and press right-click to use its special ability. The scythe, for instance, can be used to parry an incoming attack, inflicting heavy stun damage if timed correctly. Cool. So, how do I equip stuff? Details. Can upgrade a workbench, but how do I use? How do I count it as equipped? Max 18 bullets, so I have to use them, otherwise it's a waste trying to pick them up. Alright, this calls for Google. Vampire, PC, switching weapons, equipping weapons even? How do you change weapons? Question mark, question mark. From the tab menu first? Yes, but how? Inventory tab. Do it in the character tab. Wait, what? Gotta go to character? Where's character? Citizens. Oh, I see. Okay, sure. That's two weapons on you. Or, could you revolver? Or Lupara? Well, now that I see how it works. Consumables. Skills. Okay. Thanks for explaining it to me, game. And this looks just like a boss arena. Plenty of open space. Walking slowly, cinematically.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Ah, could have parried that easily. With the wind up that had. Or not, or I'm just bad. No, you get to bite me! That's just cheating! Get off me! Go away! Oh man, these attacks use way too much stamina, I think. Give me back my blood. Oh, dead. It's alright though, get the hang of it slowly. Where does it start me? Oh no, how far away is this? Oh, this is a while back. At least hideout found. That's something. And still can't make treatments. What do I need for fatigue? Select a melee weapon. Thinking about Star Wars, Brain, why would you? Can upgrade your weapons to new level with the required ingredients. What if I don't? Because I'm here to see. Treatment for fatigue needs quinine. Needs lots of stuff I don't have. That's probably future tutorial. Brain likes Star Wars? Ah well. I guess if that's what the brain likes, I won't fault it. Oh, the rats got away. There it is. Do they hear me? No, they didn't hear me. Cool. Gunner. Oh, more gunner behind me. How about I switch out? Where's my weapon switching? Oh, I got no blood. That'd explain it. But I kinda want to stun this guy. Why can't I stun him? Took me long enough to do something basic I wanted to do. Worth it? Probably not. Well, that's not too far away. So I keep everything, just warps me back to the hideout. Oh, people love tragedy. That's why we're here for vampires. Because we made vampires into the shorthand for tragics. I don't think there's mannequins. Yeah, Tom definitely spared himself by not walking outside.
I can't feel it.
Steak is busted.
This creature is bedeviled.
In a good way, right?
I must put it down.
That is so much quicker and more reliable than the scythe. Tag, you're it. Tripped over himself. Okay, I think this means no more two-handed for me. I tried it out because the game told me to, and I find I don't like it. Okay, so even my normal attacks and dodges take up stamina. Cool system. So I can't just bum rush him. Gotta be judicious. And my attacks on my defense. I can get behind that. But I also need to be cognizant that his attacks do hit what I think is just a light swing. Kind of actually hurts me. Use bludgeon. Oh, that looks cool. A spiky club, is it single-handed? A wooden stick reinforced with metal edge, designed to crush skulls and bones. It is one-handed. Good. Character page. 45 damage, or 65. Takes more stamina. Less attack speed, though. I'll try it. Offhand, how about guns instead? Can I put guns there? Will that be equip? This is main hand, right? Then for offhand... Stun of 10. There we go. Whoops. That's fine. Now I know how to shoot.
William, please.
Hey, Wither.
Stop.
Oh, Wither. It's worse than I thought. If you want to see what the controls are for keyboard and mouse, it doesn't tell you. You gotta go to the keybind and go through for every single key. But if you're like, just what's the controls? How do I play this game? Keep your wizard secrets. But it seems somewhat serviceable. Having to go to character to change weapons was not my immediate thought, so that took a while for me. But so far seems fun.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir,
A kindred
listen to the
spirit, you
sound
say?
of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Oh no. Oh hello, who are you?
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by scowl?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe so.
Oh, he means the upstairs, not Sabrina.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders.
Hey, Swansea.
Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help.
Help, now that I'm already
Give
done.
me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. You'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
Compromise.
Best
Teach
come
me how to
first.
make medicine.
The sun is soon to rise, and you'll
Give
need
me
to take
resources.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Oh, Wither. It's like Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Why a spoon, cousin? 'Cause it'll hurt more.
This poor creature can't be
A blood
mine.
sample?
Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Blood analysis does sound like it might get closer to getting the medical side of things. Okay, so where was that thing? Picked up a thing. Where would you be? Investigations? No investigations? A blood sample. A fresh sample of William Bishop's blood in a small tube. And nothing else. I suppose, Wither, you might have a point. More of a point than the 2x4 had. 2x4? 2x2? Whichever was. The wood. More point than the wood had. Cool. Let's look around. Decent face.
Where are we headed?
Lines.
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play
What
me for a fool.
woman?
You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back.
So there is a
I
lady?
will tell you, she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
He knows
How do you
me.
know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Are we that special?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again. From a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's
Blind
so
horse.
much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
Swansea, do we get a salary?
I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
Can I say no? No choice.
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Loving the music so far in this. If nothing else, the game does have presentation.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a Good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy,
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea,
Welcome
immediately.
aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
See, this is why Jehovah's Witnesses don't do blood transfusions. Expert doctor in it, and now he's a vampire. That's what they get you.
We'll have a word in my office later, Jonathan.
Come on, you bastard! You can do better than that!
Healthy, healthy, nurse. Unknown, unknown. I just want to make medicines.
Nah, it's my turn.
Hoping being this close to the hospital means getting to make medicines.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seeds of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Hey mate, saw nothing.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Can't
Lost too much blood, give the rest to me.
Think I didn't notice. Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
Let you bleed? Be more polite, I'll kill you. All of these sound awful. Being the doctor, my concern should be, okay, he might have stabbed somebody, but a patient's a patient. My concern, keep the fellow alive. Let you bleed, no. Kill you, no. Be more polite? A long amount of time to do medicine making? Oh no. I mean, I've seen that the fatigue medicine takes a fair amount of resources I haven't even seen yet. But I've got one guy who needs fatigue medicine, and I just want to treat that. Medical checkup, F for details. Blood quality. I'm not after his blood, I want to heal the guy. Be more polite.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
Alright, sorry. I am in pain here. Me guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
He knows my name. No, I can't let him leave.
Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox.
To a better place. Oh no. And the monkey paw curls. Do I have to eat him? He's a customer now. Mesmerized to drink the blood of my prey. Equal or higher than the citizens' resistance. I don't want to mesmerize him. Look, the hospital's right here, isn't it? There's a doctor, there's a nurse. I assume the stairs up means hospital. The guy needs medical attention. Come on, Dr. Reed. Alright, press Q to mesmerize him. By shoving my hand in his face.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance
Or-
with him the
or-
dance of life and death.
Or bring him to the hospital. Nurse, we have one more after all. Is he spilling his guts? I can't really see that now. Is that a watch? Everyone's here got such nice watches. Can I actually bring him? come on, please. They're right there. The hospital's right here. No, I can't. Sorry, kid. The game's making me do it. I gave you a chance. I was nice to you. Tried to bring you to the hospital. But I gotta listen to the voices in my head. The voice in my head says no. Follow the blood trail. Hover hand, hover hand. Womp womp. Ruh-oh. Embrace him, or release him, or space to release him. Massive XP boost if I embrace the Cox. But be aware there will be consequences. Or I could release him to marinate him, to collect his hints to increase the experience. Well, there you go then. He's not ripe. You gotta leave him on the vine for a bit longer.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Be free, Cox. Be free. Except, he was bleeding out. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to me guts just spilling here, mate? Sleeping on the cobblestones? Is it exactly medical attention? Spring.
What happened? It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go. But no famished hunter can run for long.
I just want to loot, voices. Let me loot. There's boxes and things. Or no things. Okay, where am I going? Pembroke Hospital? Well, there you go, Cox. I brought you under the hospital. That's close enough.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked. I like magic, the way is clear. Any more loot for me? No loot? Just pretty music? Just doing my rounds. Alright. Any good doctor should keep the nurses happy.
Where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse.
From scolding to niceness.
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane.
So on the third floor?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
Details? What do you know about you? Social circle of blank. And 3 hints. Already worth 2,000 experience. A few questions, nurse, if you don't mind.
I would like to ask a few questions first.
How is it, Mr. Hampton?
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in. How does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
And who is Dr. Swansea, who just hired me? No clue who he is.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Only just met. He knows me more than I know of him. That sounds less suspicious.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Only just met.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
No hints off of that. Fine then. So where's the room? Is the second floor by the British system or the usual?
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Okay, nothing useful then.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Anyone else to feed on? Unknown people just beyond this canvas.
Epidemic.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping for a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised. But I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
Is he my fan then? Is this like his hero worship fantasies brought to life? Could mesmerize. Press for details. Oh. Her brain is far too strong compared to mine. Your life in London? What's the situation?
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more
The vampires?
lethal than any bullet from a gun.
Oh, the flu.
It's hard, Doctor.
The invisible enemy?
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry,
Classist, John.
these last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Oh, and we could provide the sleep eternal.
The epidemic.
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
In that case, before you do.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Anyone that stands out?
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have
Start with
never
nice
met
stuff,
someone as
then probe.
dedicated as Dr. Tippins. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
A new hint for the Dr. Tippets? Cool. Speak up, woman.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Gwyneth, think of it as a teamwork thing. For us to work together, I have to know people's foibles. Don't want to step on toes or anything. Personal questions. Is there more to your life? Is Southern White? Ah, there's nothing more. Hint required, hint required. Ooh.
Goodbye, nurse.
Get
Call
back
me
to
if
you later
need
then.
assistance.
Cagey, I like. People not just being open books.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
We could trade with them. First conversation. Life in London. How's the situation?
How is the situation around here?
We know it's
You
bad
wanna hear
already.
The situation is alright. It's fucking awful. We lack everything. And it's getting worse every day.
Well, that's Brexit for you, isn't it?
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Most of the time?
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Next
Go there
quest,
yourself
find his
if you
wallet.
want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
A new investigation. Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Suitably dramatic.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
All of London's vampires by now, then. Ooh. Only a mental fortitude of 2?
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
Personal cues. Hints.
I'd
What
like
trade
to
for?
see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
What's he got? Milton shotgun. I thought he got 71 shillings though. Bullet. A handle part. To assemble a common handle for any melee weapon. Might use that. Trigger part. For ranged. Tiny handle. For offhand weapons. To boost my stakes to even more ridiculous levels. Aluminum, grease, and screw. And I can't sell anything. At least not from there. Junk? I've got the one watch. But it's my only watch from the start of the game. And the possibility of recycling into components. So maybe not just yet. Okay, so where is that investigation? Back around back? Maybe I will. But first, I'm going to stop right outside these gates, all dramatic-like, and pause for a bit for a bathroom break. So give me a few seconds, I'll be back to it.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Will that spoil my return? What's up with that? That's twice now that it's randomly gone to the menu. Is it the mouse acting up? Can't be. Anywho, first things first. Back garden to clean up Milton's messes. Dropping his wallet, leaving patients outside. That's over here, right? No, that's not. Around and should be a gate. What are those then? Yeah, 300 meters, 275. Oh, custom markers. How do I delete? Remove as F? Okay. Loot
It's
locked. Unknown quality, unknown mesmerization.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague?
Excuse me.
Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir.
Rakesh, what do you know?
I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
So, I'm guessing you processed us then before we were tossed in the pit. Probably sold our pocket watch that got pocketed. Hint, hint.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
All
Kind of
kinds.
goods.
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade. I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Who
Everybody.
comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very
What?
cautious,
The
sir.
commerce.
I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
Life in London.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Again,
Why
John,
should
he's a
I?
doctor.
These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too.
Really, John.
Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
A new hint? Not afraid of death. Cool.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks.
Oh, he's
A
definitely
dangerous
seen me
place
then.
With many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
He didn't say reported.
Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
That's a tender subject.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. sadly very rarely happens.
How's his mental fortitude? 4. So not as much as the main nurse, but still pretty beefy. That was life in London, right? Personal cues. Do you believe in life after death?
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
Jonathan, you want to embrace him?
Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Is that your way of saying that I'm kind of pushing it with personal cues? Goodwill won't last.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
Yes, all of us, totally.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidama.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
I like him. Maybe we'll embrace him, we'll see. Have you got meds though?
What you have to sell.
Of course.
Any quinine?
It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
An enigmatic formula. But it costs almost all my money. Opium. Codeine. I don't think I need codeine. Can I check recipes? Is that a thing I can do? Quests? Citizens? No. Investigations? Where'd it be? That's just inventory. Can I check what recipes I have? It doesn't seem so. Oh, his soul is glowing brightly. Unknown, hold on.
It's locked.
No. Did I set him off to his death?
I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
Okay, Doc, could you come back out? We don't have to go into here. But... Unknown? There's some bloody blood there.
I cannot enter.
Doctor, please, just open the door for me. He is gonna come back out, right?
Plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation.
Nah, he's just repeating.
To arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife.
Investigate citizens' actions. How do I do that? I'm targeting him. I've seen what he has to say.
It's locked.
Am I literally locked out from doing this?
I'm sorry you ended up on a plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
Well, I get nothing for sitting through that again. And garden's right around, right? Just around. Hey, trash. A small bag of junk. Hospital fool due to the influenza. Can no longer take any patients. Hospital fool, please go back home.
I'm sorry you ended up
Very helpful.
cold medical bench. Sir, I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation.
Okay, so patient and wallet should be here someplace, right? Public notice, prevent influenza, Spanish. It turns out that Spanish flu is a bit of a misnomer. Wasn't really of Spanish origin or anything. Cover each cough and sneeze with a handkerchief. Walk to work, do not spit. Drink from your own cup, avoid crowds. If taken ill, go to bed and send for a doctor. To make a mask, take a piece of ordinary cheesecloth, 6 by 8 by 16 inches, fold it to make it 8 by 8 inches. Next, fold this to make it 8 by 4 inches. The cord's about 10 inches long at each corner. Apply over mouth and nose as shown in picture. See, even in 1918, they knew you got to cover both your mouth and your nose. Five meters away. So this is the gardens, right? Enter the back gardens.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Okay, that's somebody. Sees me? Okay, wow. Those far-range swipes. I at least saved my conversation with everybody, right? Right? I'm at the hospital. Okay, good. The doors that I opened. And I got my health back. My health is longer capped. So it seems dying is a good way to get your health back. So I want to die periodically. Oh, that fellow doesn't look very healthy either. You okay there, mate? Nah, he's not. Dang! Just gutting me. Maybe I'm not ready for this. 6's level, maybe? Okay, he is better at me. At these quick whips. So, I don't know why IGN, Kotaku, everyone else, the combat's bad. I thought they liked the dodge melee combat that you see a lot. No pickups. I mean, that's basically Soulsborne, isn't it? Dodge, attack, dodge. Okay, let me try to stun him. Oh, is he blocking? Cute. Is there a block? Okay, no more trying to stun him then. My poor health can't take it. Okay, so that's what happens with arms up. Milton, this better. Oh, there's two of them. At least health seems to regenerate quickly outside of combat. Can I break this? I can. For no gain. Eerie, this chapel being open. Is this a chapel or just like a foyer? This reception being open with those monsters outside. Ooh, hold on. No, I got no blood. The two are together, so I could attack them. Or I could waste what little blood I had, even though I was totally locked onto him. Cheaty? Where's my attack and lunge to suck blood? Oh, 7 is in red. Maybe they're beyond my experience. Oh wow, one slap. Just took all of it out on me. I had what, at least half health? So I can't let the guy touch me at all? At least dying doesn't seem to matter too much. But then everyone's back now. Is this like Zelda, where it saves if you go indoors? Or your reloads to the last door you entered? Let me clear some space. Blood, gimme! Hey! Okay, it does seem to take one more each time. It's alright though, there's gonna be plenty of blood. Though I do have guns, maybe I should use guns on them. Oh, that's cool. Only takes 2 hits regardless first. Oh, that's a huge chunk. Yells, then I just slap him. Get off, get off, get off, get off! No! I was gonna stun him! For what it's worth, I can't really freely feast on them. The amount of hits it takes to stun them increases every single time I hit them. Or feed on them, it seems. So there's definitely some challenge to it. They aren't all just like walking blood banks, waiting for me to grab them. Though I am amused by how quickly we've taken just chopping people up. Dude, you capped my health. No capping. Okay, how do I avoid that? Because that seems automatic almost. And now I am just about one hit KO if the level 7 guy touches me at all. So what even is capping me? Is that every time they suck my blood? Fire seems to do that. That jumpy attack. Bam. Okay, that's kind of raising the health cap. And then he goes and... Is that just anytime I'm in range? Because that's obnoxious. Every time I get some little bit back, he goes and does that. I'm gonna consider this practice. Because clearly I need it. Is there some tell they're doing? Okay, everyone's getting shot now. What is it, V? F to target? Control. Nearly forgot how to target. Alright, that stuns too. Go back, go back, go back. Get him, get him, get him. Of course, nobody in the hospital is gonna mind all the gunshots. A Journey of Red and Black. Sounds intriguing. What's it about? Because I haven't heard of that one yet. Photograph at a wall. Milton, is this you? A photography of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Milton and Peepa forever. Does this count as a hint to Milton? Just a casual hole in the wall of the hospital. You know, this isn't just debris because there's like a pandemic and murder going on. That's just England. If you tossed me in the back of the house in Coventry, or Birmingham, or anywhere else, it looks just like this. Even the front of the house, that's just street level.
I cannot enter.
Woman turned to the US Southish. Before Civil War. Kind of got some spark of Into the Vampire there. Louisiana stuff. This is what? Black and red? Journey of red and black. I'll have to make a note. Who's this? Do I know him?
Good evening, sir. So it is true. The famous Dr.
Tippets! We got a hint on you, Tippets!
I can't think of any better news during these terrible times. Do we know each other?
We know him now.
Yes. We met once before at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippets, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
Raining and nobody's got umbrellas. Only two to mesmerize him. Ooh. So more of a gradual process thing. That does sound interesting. I can't think of many vampire stories that give any graduality to anything beyond the angst. Lots of coming to terms with their beastly nature. Not very many physically coming into themselves over time. At least that I've seen.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
It's not slander, though. It's getting to know our co-workers.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl.
Cherished
She
people,
is the most
as opposed to
helpful
management.
and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
A new hint?
I'll go even
For Gwyneth Brannigan, overqualified as a nurse. Ho-ho.
further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Tippets, please. Oh, see, now the psychological and existential do not recognize itself. That is a good stuff.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
Well, somebody's got to be in the office, man. Situation.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
Like war-torn France, totally. People are more important, same everywhere. Don't have much of a choice of people. It's all about the people,
It's
Dr.
more than
Tippets.
In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
Compelled to love creator must love him. Now that does sound like that's nothing but fodder for some good psychological struggles. I can't say that I'm the master of vampire lore and fiction, but I haven't seen too much exploration of the whole compelling part apart from, oh no, they've done that, resist, they're better.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No, we must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more, unto the breach.
This guy sounds like he's either got tons of pressure or trying to prove something. The nurse is worried. He's got admiration for the nurse. Attitude is irresponsible, true. Nothing to prove, true. But if a colleague notices, a colleague that he admires...
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with
Oh no, I've sold her out.
For her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Could I repeat it and take another option?
You're exhausted.
No.
Nurse Brannigan, you don't have
No. Once I made a choice, I'm locked into it. Pretty cool. And that's it. Hints required. Life in London, exhausted.
Goodbye.
Neat.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Found your wallet with their beloved.
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what?
Aw.
Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good.
A new hint. Milton and Nurse Hawkins are a couple.
Take this money anyway.
Pippa and Milton are a
To
couple.
remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody's as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Personal. Ooh, 40 shillings. Relationship with Nurse Hawkins, here in the open, in the rain, where everyone could hear us.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
Could both get fired? Bound by despair.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
Do I have to bring that up? Because it kind of sounds threatening. You could both get fired. I don't really care enough about breaking them apart. It's just for information.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
And nothing else. Hint. Well, I
I'd
should
like
have,
to
what,
see
130 shillings now?
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Because I'm kind of interested at that tiny common handle part. Maybe could use it to boost up my stake, make it even faster. I did buy, right? Did I select buy? Any melee weapon. Small bag of junk. Oh, you gotta hold it, is why. It's hold for everything. Sway that booty, Jonathan. Okay, so can I get what's his face to walk back in to that back room and let me into it? Because this door locked, but if I'm quick...
It's locked.
Maybe we could follow him in?
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss.
He's walking in. Okay, stick right to him. After you? What? I can't go in after him? What's the point of that then?
Sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife.
Well, that time got something out of it, I think. Unless that's just investigate citizens' actions popping up. City needs you. Maybe I can't do it yet. Maybe do the key first, because that's locked too. You dead? A crumpled letter. Dear love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Milton, what are you up to? Don't worry about nothing now, except getting better, for I took care of everything. I asked some of our neighbors, and they told me about this mister. That this Mr. Hooks is something of an honest crook. He may ask for extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then guaranteed. I'm sorry I refused to pay first, and I realize now that the important thing is that you get better soon. The Pembroke Hospital is a good place, I heard, despite the bad behavior of this Milton Hooks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I'll see you in your clean bed as soon as possible. With the fondest love, Nikolai. Yet another hint. Ooh, that's all three on him. Milton, kind of looking guilty now. Runs a racket on the patients. Shillings. I'm sure Charon's not gonna mind if I take that. Charon? Karen? Okay, Doc, we have seen what you're up to. Can we ask about it at all?
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Nothing here. Personal cues. Nothing. Nothing.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidama.
Charon, pronounced Charon. I guess it tracks. CH being CH in Greek. Take it a ka. So this is hospital, right? Counts as hospital. Vendor. I should talk to Milton first, now that we know about his ambulance racket. Dorothy. Unknown. This garbage! People just tossing out perfectly good lead sticks and screws. And who's this? Gwyneth Brannigan.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
I think we have something on you now. Tippett praises you. He wishes you were a man.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
That didn't give me much.
Goodbye, nurse.
Milton, then? First, anybody else here to loot from? Nobody. Okay, then Milton. What's this I hear? I want it.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Extorting money? And still 2 hints needed. Maybe from his paramour.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Just tells me of the desperation of the world here.
Goodbye, Milton.
So, having a girlfriend in the hospital is you can get fired for this. But extorting patients is just, alright, fine, fair, see you later.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Unknown. Tippets. Peepa? We'll take a peepa. interrogates you about your relationship.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet.
No, but
My
we know
name
all
is
about
Pippa
you.
Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
Personal questions right off the bat. Well, we can't, but we know about a relationship. Your relationship with Milton Hooks. Just jumping straight into it.
I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
And are we really in any position to just kick people out of the hospital at this point in the epidemic?
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual.
What, people not paying
especially
out?
Concerning doctors.
Oh. Why is he so grumpy? It's because the new guy is asking everyone questions about
Why
everybody.
is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Yet another hint. Reputation's mediocre.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Are you sure? Because he's talked to us about everything. Situation.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Get a grip. The flu won't last forever. She's allowed to be stressed. I'm not going to be rude about it.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
Alright, now I'll get a grip.
You must get a hold of yourself, Nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
Be surprised. You're right. Change your attitude. You're right. We're not going to fix this entire global epidemic by ourselves. But we'll help. Possibly by eating our fair share of people.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
And if I want to press 3. Hint, hint, hint. Nothing more for you then. Milton, back to you, because I can't keep out of your personal life.
Good evening, Milton.
Good.
Personal question. Now. Your mediocre reputation.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Fair enough, Milton.
Goodbye, Milton.
Just awkwardly walk away after that. Pippa spoke to you. Unknown. Do not cough in public. Prevent disease. Unknown's getting away from me.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal.
Mortal.
Dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon.
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Truly? Who are you really? Who asked about vampirism? You're a vampire?
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
She's certainly trying for the theatrical. How do you feel?
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades.
Oh, that's just gas.
I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
What is Cotard syndrome? Jonathan, enlighten her, myself, and everybody else.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal.
Afflicted by Cotard syndrome, believes she's a vampire. You know, teenage me was kind of like that, as far as the believing themselves to be decaying and putrefying goes. Bit of alienation, a bit of depression.
You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Drifted towards that direction. You a patient here?
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
I mean, technically. Being alive is kind of the opposite of decaying. On a technical level, isn't it though? The metabolic processes still continuing. When I think decay, I think like everything breaking down terminally. No turning back. It's all turning to mush now. Nutrients back into the cycle.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
I mean, there were gardens there. She might actually be onto something. And the wall was torn down to the garden.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Local investigation. Wrong target. So, I'm willing to accept her as an honorary vampire, given her full hamminess. A new citizen investigation is available. Was this meant to be the tutorial before Milton? Citizen investigations displayed here, categorized by district. Healthy, healthy. Pipa has many hints to her. 5 on you. Citizens menu, but then how do I track your questy thingy? Investigations. F to track. Got it. Who is spying on Thelma? Can't ask from here. Personal cues. Who are you really?
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it's such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Centuries, sure. And that's it. Everything's as for now.
Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Jonathan playing along a champ. Sir?
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here.
Face doesn't look too bad.
War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How's your stay?
How is your stay with us?
I can mesmerize him.
It's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
One-on-one. So I could press him, but I have nothing to press on just yet. Who's treating you?
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Anything you can do then?
For your pain?
Think he's been neglected?
A bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Personal.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
And do you know about the vampire lady?
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
So much replying confidentiality.
The best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid?
Cute.
She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
Sweet romantic. Sees Thelma Howcroft as living proof that there's hope. Mentally disturbed, do you let her bite you, prying too much into your personal relationship?
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not?
What, and kissing's any better?
She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
I'm not gonna go and call her mentally disturbed, though. On the one hand, Jonathan does seem somewhat judgmental. On the other, should I be calling our patients mentally disturbed? To other people, no less, other patients even? And so what if she is? They have a cute, blossoming relationship. Let them have their happiness.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
I haven't spoken to you yet.
Good evening,
Oh wait, yeah, I'm recognizing now.
How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, Sora, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory.
Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps.
I've already
But
forgotten
who
his
would be
role.
after enduring an abduction.
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Presence in William Bishop's den.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
A hero or a fool? Why abduct you, though?
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Information. Can we ask about her?
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Has he got juicy stuff too? He's got blood quality. So we could add you to... Can I eat everybody? Is anybody off the menu?
Do you know Tom Watts? The bartender from the Turtle. I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
Despair? Corruption?
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
So avoid people you know. Got it.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
No advice. What does he call all the signs everywhere about no spitting, cover your coughs, wear a mask? It's not... They're the ones not avoiding it. No one's wearing a mask here. There are signs telling them to mask up.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the Dockers Trade Union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance
Clay
of her
Cox
minion,
missing?
Booth Digby.
Well, he's not dead, though. He's just, what, under the hospital by the docks? Waiting to be treated?
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long.
He's still alive, isn't he? How to go back out? Cox, Cox, Cox. Where's Cox? Dyson Delaney. Also fatigued. Yeah, Cox is still alive. Pillar. Can pillars be eaten? They can. 6,000 XP blood quality.
The sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint. Not even criminals.
Personal cues. How do you feel?
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually.
Fatigue pills. Give us a quinine, we'll make you up something.
In his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke. Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Is she actually? Is she among
What
the
do you
living
do for a
dead?
living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Is he a priest? Or why not use a cross against William? since it does obviously work in the hands of Mr. Swansea, Dr. Swansea.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Is he a priest?
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith, willing to preach the good word.
I think that's it for him then.
Goodbye,
Exhausted his options.
I cannot enter.
Anybody else new? Pipa? Thelma? Is that a shiny thing? No, it's not. Just lighting. You're new.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed.
So many people to talk to.
Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Regular celebrity, yes. Medical checkup. Hold up, what's this? Healthy?
Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed. I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
Okay, I gotta talk to everybody now and see if anybody else gets medical checkup.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
Tell me about your experiments.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious
you need collaboration.
You make
Experiments of blood transfusion have not been successful.
You remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
Poor
You're not
victims.
the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
Pretty much our celebrity doctor then. Flattery useless, research is exhausting. Glad to be of help. Only polite option there is.
Always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
Pembroke?
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Any juicy
It's always
gossip?
been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Quite optimistic.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True, true. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Is that more dirt for Milton?
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Was just gonna
no,
say.
Dr. Reed. But
Literally
if
just
you
gonna
went
say.
personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
New investigation. If it's 2 ingredients, maybe that'll lead me to getting to be able to make my own medicines. Personal cues then. About your blood transfusion techniques, gave me his own hint.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Harvey, I don't think he met you yet. Blaming himself.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Nothing else. Nothing else.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Dorothy, been a while. Another unknowner. Cool hat. We're just never doing that, are we? Maybe we will. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it could be the last few. Nurse? Anything new for you? Not the nurse,
Good
are
evening,
you?
sir.
No.
I'm Dr. Reed. I believe
Where'd
we're
Dorothy
going to
go?
be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swans's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Does he not know who I am?
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me.
I don't know
since
about
haven't
that.
wasted my time courting the press.
Everyone's been talking about having somebody in the hospital they don't get along with. Maybe Ackroyd's who everybody means. They like most of the staff, but not some, but they don't want to speak ill because it's him. Animosity, jealousy. Better change your tone with me. No need for such animosity.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could
Was that a
agree
power
on.
blink?
And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
What about the hospital?
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Disproves modern medical methods. There certainly is room for critique. Pretty much what the entire field of medical anthropology exists for, but improvement, Doctor. Room for improvement.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Ackroyd here seems to think that anyone who's doing anything outside the norm is simply in it for the ego, courting journalists, feeding their ambitions. But he might have a point where it comes to this patient. Might have to talk to the fellow, see what his condition is exactly, and weigh the options between the experimental and the traditional.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Personal feelings of... You have been insulting everyone. This is all about your personal fifis.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Assume consequences, trust your judgment. It's a conservative point of view. I don't even know the guy's condition yet.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
So he'll be alive, is what you're saying? Because I'm pretty sure at this point, everyone's treating just blood transfusion like this radical, glorious new thing. Would he treat blood transfusion then as way to experimental butchery?
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress.
Fair.
War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Saved many lives, knowledge is made weapon. No reason to justify my actions to you. Is the only answer he deserves. We did save many lives though. It kind of feels like that's the floundering option. Like, so what if I did? I saved many lives, didn't I? Greater good and all that. Save lives, I think. He is talking about our credentials as a dedicated medical practitioner, after all. Though I do like no reason to justify my actions to you. I'm going to give him the wall.
I don't see any reason why I should justify my actions to you.
That's true, Dr. Reed. The only judge has to be yourself. The question is, are you judging yourself hard enough?
Good answer, I think. But that's it then. Nothing more for Mr. Ackroyd. Why is goodbye not working? There we go.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Have you learned anything more? Nope. Can't ask her anything?
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Oh, sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
There. One mask. One mask this entire game. Who are you? Ackroyd. Just moving around. Getting me to talk to you again. A note? An unfinished letter. Pembroke Hospital. 2 of November. My dear children, sorry I did not write to you before, but it hurts like hell just to write these few words on bloody paper. Don't worry. Daddy will go out of the hospital as soon as the doctors fix his arm. In the meantime, if you need something, go see Mr. Chadwick at the construction site and tell him that you are Harvey Fiddick's children. You remember Robert Chadwick, the big guy with the mustache, who helped me repair the house doors last spring. Go see him, and ask for a few bulb. He won't refuse to spare you a few. I'm sorry I can't work anymore for now, but we'll figure out something as soon as I'm out. Don't worry. Everything will be fine as soon as Daddy's arm is strong again. As soon as the doctors have fixed my arm. So there's consequence to what we do for this guy's treatment. Will not be able to feed his family as long as his arm's injured. And he blames himself. And we're gonna mess this guy's life up. Glass vials. I suppose then, if I do botch his arm, then what choice will I have but to consume him?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Personal questions then? Or life? Doctors arguing about your case?
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies.
We don't want that blood on our hands. I could mesmerize him, but I'm not sure what it would get. Medical checkup, maybe?
Is there anything else that is bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
So, worried about your family?
You seem worried.
Yeah, just shout at him.
Your family.
You seem worried!
The reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
She's a vampire is what it is. Harvey's wife died during the war.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
So many died. Are your children alright? Sympathy or children? Could I ask both?
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
Why do you feel guilty?
Of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
White didn't die because of you, though. Did he voluntarily hurt himself? Surely no. The guilt comes from what? Just being the single father who's busted his arm and now can't provide for his kids? It wasn't voluntary.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
I'm not gonna ask your wife died because of you, but I have to.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
What if I mesmerize? Does it matter in what window I'm in to mesmerize him? No one minds just grabbing his face. Oh wait, no, that kind of mesmerize. Back down, you. We're not gonna eat you. And I'm stuck. So, mesmerize is solely to eat him. Got it. And speaking of which, anybody else to eat outside? Any more skulls running around to replenish myself? And what about... What's it at? I haven't looked at these menus yet. Main quests. Tracking, wrong target. Tracking. Oh, can only do one or the other. Okay, pharmacy is where? Pharmacy is there. Is there across the river then? Kinda? Just follow the road, cross the bridge. Is that a park? It's got some greenery on it. No presents in any boxes. What's here? More of the hospital? Is this guard inside? And hold on. I see scaffold. Can I go up here? No? I can't teleport up unless needed? Is there anybody back in the garden? Nobody. What about hideouts? Maybe if I find myself a hideout, might be able to top up my health again. At the very least, upgrade my stake. Blood splatter. Who's here? There's rats. Rookie. If I keep my distance, should be fine. Don't mind me eating rats. Just hungry. Rookie and cadets. Takes 3 to stun him. Quarantine, influenza, keep out. Is there no hideout here though? Can't go in? Guess not. Unless that's someplace. Is that it? Hey, I think it is.
It's locked.
Ah, of course it is. Well, I could go through these two. Or I could go around. I'll eat them. Just a local constabulary. Which nobody's going to miss.
Last warning, sir. Over there! There's one of them
All the bars to kill him. Oh, level 10! Cadet is misleading! Run away then. Can I run away? Saw Cadet, rookie, thought easy pickings, then turns out... Got the rookies and... No, no, no! I'm not a leech, I'm just holding a machete! Ooh, gotta reload. Oh, come on. Death. Yes, I've been defeated. Well, that's one way to top my health back up. Everything fine, but the blood. Are these dudes back then? No, they're still gone. Maybe I'll leave the outside exploration for now then. Ingredients for Ackroyd and Strickland. Delusional patient at Pembroke Hospital, convinced she is already dead or undead. Guard a Pre-one. There are some Pre-one folks around, so maybe it is. Find out who is spying on Thelma. Because they were what, around here? And that's not too far away from the hospital proper. Who's this? Pipa?
It's locked, all right.
A long letter. Birmingham, 27th October. Hello, sis. How are things in the big city? Here in Brum, things are not so good. It seems the flu is here again. And we have many new cases of infection in the neighborhood. Do you remember Miss Scheller? The old lady, the old drinking hag from the 3rd floor. She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Geez, you would have to pay me a huge amount of money to go sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry. I did not take the time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mom, Dad, and my job at the factory, I rarely find the time to write to my favorite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pipa. You should see the little bugger. Already driving me mad. And Mom says, you bring back some of those marvelous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, sis, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory, but wages are shit. And it's as boring as a day without a shed. I have a new fiancé, and no, I'm no slut, you moral bitch, you. So if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join that band you told me about. The Guard or Priven, something like that. Never heard of them. But if they are, like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. Just be sure that the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back as soon as you can, and give me all the good news before that. I am your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paul, Mom, and Dad. So we can't kill Pip, because Pip's supporting everybody else, possibly? Pippa is thinking about quitting the Pembroke Hospital. Well, she can't. If she joins the Guard, then we are going to end up beating her for less than the 2,700 XP. Where is she? You can't be quitting.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Personal question to inquire about? Leaving the hospital?
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You are making that change here. Be proud of what you achieved is good. Patients need you. This is unacceptable. The patients do need her. She is providing so much comfort and actual care to the people suffering here. What would they do without her?
But you're doing something important here. For all the patients who need your help.
We save lives, sure. Each time we send a cured patient home, it's a relief beyond words.
Then what's the issue?
But since the epidemic, I feel so
AK
powerless.
Knight? Really? You think the writing and the voice acting is... Oh wait, you mean like... There happened a few times when this... What is it? The subtitles didn't perfectly match? That has popped in now and again. Which is a minor thing, I'm not too worried about that. Does she want to be more useful?
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
Nah, she's fine here. Lost her faith in the oath. What about Milton Hooks? What about Milton? Milton probably won't care too much. I mean, if she does quit the hospital, that means the relationship won't get either of them fired. But it's a fairly good gig, this, isn't it? And this way they get to see each other every day at work? What about Milton?
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
Has she lost faith?
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
I don't see the option to convince her to stay. Maybe final hint requirement?
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Or maybe my job isn't to interfere with everybody's lives. Disco Elysium, have not tried yet. I've only heard wonderful things about it. And now what? They have actual voice acting, so it wouldn't be too bad on the throat if I do play it. It's definitely on the docket, and has had several sales already. So I do intend to grab it eventually. (1918) technology, the double hinges that open both directions. First floor. Anybody up here? Everyone's downstairs, aren't they? Thelma. Could I get more info to Thelma? Now that we know she's a biter.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Oh, from what I've seen of everybody else, from describing the game, I know for a fact I would love it. Medical
Do you
checkup?
require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
Tell me about Thomas Elwood.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood?
Why do you feel attached?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Oh, see, they do have a budding romance. I feel like these two are the exact same question. Are you romantically involved for the mundane, mortal perspective? Do you plan to make him a vampire to keep with the ruse of the masquerade? But maybe they could be good for each other. Relationships aren't always a panacea. It's not like if you love somebody, bam, you cure each other. That could be a very toxic approach. But they do seem to make each other happy here. Maybe she won't need to feel so alienated from everybody else as to think herself some dead thing if they were allowed to pursue what they see with each other. Are you romantically involved? Do you plan to make him a vampire?
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
So just romance then? Do you like him?
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
But what if you made him a vampire?
Do you plan to...
Of course
not that cruel. One more hint missing.
I'll leave you.
Where's Thomas? Maybe we could convince him to make the moves on her. Thomas? Strickland? Unknown, that's right. I haven't spoken to Unknown. Unknown and Unknown. And you've got a fantastic hat. Anything else here? Nothing else to loot?
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
She's heard of me already. But while we're here, miss, would you like a medical checkup?
Medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick.
I have other concerns right now, Doctor. But I'm fine, thank you.
Couldn't make a sale. Hint, hint.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
All the expenses? His bill has suddenly risen to £2 million. We'll send you the invoice. Are you that rich? Just skip the subtlety.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Admirable.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothered?
Beatrice questions the Pembroke Hospital's efficiency.
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Miss, you are a school teacher who has inherited her husband's wealth. Not exactly high society yourself.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start.
Hey, you said you'd pay any
And
price.
that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
Peepa, you're in on the scheme too. Saves a bed for patients who can pay. You see, Peepa, you are needed here. You are finding those beds that people wouldn't find otherwise. She charged you. I share your stupor. Incredulity or be incredulous? I share in it.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. but I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
So how much were you charged?
She charged you?
So you can double it.
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
Is it for London, personal, all require hints? Alright, I guess we'll speak to the young Mortimer. This is incredible. A Mortimer who exists that isn't like 60 years old?
Good evening, sir.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I always thought people named Mortimer just sprouted from the ground at old age.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
So I'll register the hospitals here. Give medicine or don't give medicine? I haven't got medicine though. I've got nothing. Fatigue. 30% loss of blood quality. Well, there you go. So it's not altruism that leads me to heal people. It's improving the potency. If I had medicine.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
First things first.
Doctor.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Must communicate. I'll let you get some rest. It's important to be considerate to my patient's needs. Or I could go back. I don't have to commit just yet. I don't think. Must communicate. See, I don't know if the game is going to let me get information off him if I permit him rest. It's a wholly new system to me. What if being a nice doctor means I don't get the information I need to treat him properly? He does appear to be able to speak. I don't know how much it hurts him, but he is talking.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir.
Pencil and pad. We can make him write it.
Some paper and a pen.
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Is it because Mum's right here? Standing right off screen, watching you, judging you.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? And that is odd, yeah. The mother thinks it's such a terrible hospital, and yet she is committing her son to here. She has the resources to take him elsewhere, surely.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of.
This is going to be a
She'd
mother-inflicted
tie
wound,
herself
isn't
to
it?
my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is that how we get her
I have
to
to
leave
go
this
now,
place?
But don't hesitate to contact me.
I could eat her. I could eat his mother to get her to leave.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Ooh, she's got strong mental fortitude, though. I can't just slap her face and drag her out.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Is she going to be the final boss? She's nothing but hints. What about Thomas? Where's Thomas? Waverly, Tippets, Thelma. Investigate actions? What's going on here? Sorry, Tippets, but I've been given reason to spy on you. Hint, 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 all locked. Is this gonna be a liaison? Does he have an assignation with Gwyneth? Oh, what is this? There is something outside the window. I can't follow him.
It's locked, all right.
If you took what? Oh, and there's something going on downstairs, isn't there? Body and soul belong to you now. Spare your obedient slave. Hold on, I can't miss that. Where are they? Oh, they stopped flirting. Okay, so what is going on with Tippets? What's going on outside the window? Oh, that's blood. Is that from like somebody cutting his hand? Swans. Okay, Doc.
It's locked.
So, is Tippet's thing... Wait a minute, hold on. No, this should be alright then, because people talk about how Tippets is overworked. So, maybe it's cool. Oh, another renown. Yet another. Maybe it's cool that he's taking his time for himself, even if sneakily.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
About the disease?
How close are you to me?
Wait.
Aren't you afraid?
She's quite...
Right, I haven't told him she is mentally disturbed. Do I have to? Will that advance their romance?
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Fair enough. But nothing else on you then. Missing one hint on that. 2 hints.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Blood boil with the fever.
Good evening, Miss.
And I can't ask anything further
I need blood, doctor.
about who may or may not be spying on her. Hint required.
I'll leave you.
Sean spoken to. Unknowns beyond this door. Is there another way in? Where is she? Is that outside? Gwyneth? Unknown? No, that's back inside. A mystery person I cannot find.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening.
Nurse Hawkins, your partner in crime. Nurse Hawkins is thinking about quitting. Is she now?
You know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital.
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
And about you two being collaborators.
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today, people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow, we may be fighting for food.
But otherwise can't get anything out of him. Oh, that's interesting. That's lit up as if there's more to ask. But that's everything.
Tell me why. Where?
Funny.
What's
papers?
Nothing else there.
During
maybe.
Do you?
That's not
does it?
Something.
Admit. Have you?
Don't.
Maybe it's after you speak to Pippin.
Goodbye.
Maybe she has one more bit of dialogue. Pippa?
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Milton's accomplice.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do it? Whose idea was it? Why do it? For the money, of course. But tell me.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead. Or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
Who is the real you? Cynicism will not save you. You put a price on hope. Who's the real her?
How can you be affected by the misery around you, and be so heartless at the same time? Which is the real you, Nurse Hawkins?
I could ask you the same question, Dr. Reed. Are you more real when you lie to a dying patient, or when you grant him useless medication?
Whose idea was it?
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
What?
Why,
How
I could.
And that's that.
Goodbye.
Where's the way out?
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Well, like I said, we do know there are vampire hunters. Down, over, around this way. But there might be some around here. There's plenty of buildings with Overwatch on the hospital. And lights on indoors. But there's no ups to get to. Join the ranks. Nah. He just got back. Just more lead. Oh, there's a person. I was going to say that this room lit up and sheets on the window kind of felt like there's going to be somebody hiding out here. And there they are, right in front of me. Determine what they discovered. Is that determined by attacking them? Hey, Takarius. Cadet, level 7. Level 6 isn't too bad. I feel it's going to be determined what they have discovered by killing them and looting their corpses. Forgot to add the furry tag. Well, Takarius, they might have given us 350 more tags to choose from. But We've only got the exact same 5 tags. There are so many ways we could identify the stream, the channel, the games, the community, the streamer, and it's all gotta fit in the same 5 slots. It's madness. They removed blind playthrough, but I noticed they did add blind for the community thing, which opens up possibilities, but I think that would be inappropriate. Pretty sure blind is for blind, not blind playthroughs. Love doing that. Oh, he's got fire on him. I think I'm gonna die here if I'm too incautious. How am I not dead? I'm on fire with no health. And that's dead. You have been defeated. How many times now? 7 on the first day? Back out here? Nuh-uh. We're across the street. Where am I now? Is there another entry in? Can't go in the open windows? District status serious? Rats? Can't escape me, rat. There you are. Is there anything here? The tutorial did say that rats are often by hideouts. I don't see any. Keep out hideouts? Shillings. From the pocket of a dead woman. I don't think this is where I want to be. Where am I? Here? No. Oh, here I am. This is a fair amount of bouncing around. But I don't think I want to be here yet. But what I will do is hang over this pretty view and grab a quick BRB because I'm sort of bouncier. So give me a sec. There we go. So, not this way. Where'd I come from? Back around the front of the street then. There's trash. And more rats. Achievement, pest control. Now that is how Shaman revives. So who? Cadet and rookie, but the rookie is the one with the actual torch on him, huh?
There's one of them vermin.
Oh, missed. Getting a bit too hot here. I keep underestimating just how much reach all these attacks have. What was that? Oh, too many staggers to take him out. It's alright though. Health replenishes after a bit. Hey, skids! These scrubs. Literally just rookies and cadets. But they're high-leveled rookies and cadets. How's gun bullets? 6 out of 12. Small bag of junk. 25th October. From Guard of Prewen Command Post to East End Patrols. Object. Vampire activity. Hospital. Survey. Investigate. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard a rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital, London East End. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Your mission is to discreetly go there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said leech, then report directly back to us, and we will decide what action should be taken. Well, that's no good then. If these guys are gone, that just means that they'll send somebody else, or maybe even act on her. Find the local command post. Is that the group I saw earlier across the river? Across the river, come around, bounce, bounce, bounce. Or could take the bridge. But if just the rookies were level 7 and 6, the actual command post itself might be out of my league. But there's a hideout not too far away. Could maybe develop some skills. Or at least upgrade my weapons. Enter at my own risk. What is that screaming? Is that Owen Wilson? Ferocious. Level 18. You're fine, Skull. Just keep doing you. But I might have to go through it, because that's apparently the command post. Skull's here. Maybe could bypass them. Oh, and who's that? That's a torch. Whose torch is it? Level 11 rookie. That's even worse. Well, they're not going to act anytime soon. They are waiting for intelligence from the guys that I killed. Aluminum and aluminum. Baby vampire can't do anything. Okay, what about that other quest? There's that pharmacy, which is down here. But there's also guards in this area. Maybe it's safer if I go to the docks. It's not as far away. And there is a hideout here and here. Gwyneth, Tippets. Tippets, we've seen you. We know that you're taking breaks.
Dr. Reed, any...
Hint required.
Goodbye.
It seems watching people through doors and listening to them and knowing exactly what they're doing isn't enough. Blood trail. Maybe skip the blood trail. Cadets level 10 and 11. And I have to get through them. Or go across bridge here, around. Then maybe? Is that doable? I really can't tell. If that's a bridge, or if that's just scenery. But could go what, or maybe hop, hop, hop. Then up. Either way, they don't seem to see me. Oh, wrong way. I guess we'll see if this works then. This route. Level 15, Fire Executioner. Could I go back up? Just walk it on around.
I'd step back, sir.
Oh, sorry. Right on then. Cheerio. Pip pip. Rookie and cadet. Guess I gotta go through these two. Just a little bit of blood. Consider donation. It's a shame he got me though. A little burning. Garbage. Ergomentine and salicin. Pretty sure one of those I need for fatigue medicine. Even more dudes block of the pharmacy. Just a simple doctor. Shopping at night. Quinine! My first quinine. I think it's 2 I need.
This is no place for a gentleman.
Level 12. Executioner and Rookie. But there's nobody else here. I might be able to take him. Rookie's got a torch. Other guy's got a big old gun. But I got guns too. Ow, rude. That hurts for a lot, too. Okay, maybe they're getting close. He's got close range attacks too. Too tight that. And it cost all the ammo I'm carrying. And shillings, all that for 2 shillings. Nobody else here, is there? Okay, street actually clear. Except for yet another skull. 2. H.G. Griffin. You have an actual name on you. Have I gotta go through those? The pharmacy's here, isn't it? Is that why we haven't gotten our medical supplies? Because everyone's been ghoulified? No escaping it. It's in here. Gotta fight them. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe what I should do is continue the plot and save these investigations for later. Because the level difference actually seems to matter. Gun? Different gun? $160 damage after all. I have no idea who H.G. Griffin is. Why he has the name in particular. Mild resist to range. No resist on him. Except for shadow stuff. Whoa, hold on. Oh, that huge hit. That's no good. Alright, so can't do that yet. Maybe if I really watch my ammo, stamina and all that. But no, I haven't got the skills to back it up. Guess then, where am I? Drop me right back outside. With only 7 ammo. I could try again. Is there a reload button? Is there a dedicated reload button? Or have I got to get it to combat? Shoot. No. Great then. Maybe I'll be lucky and my hospital office will count as a hideout. Oh, but these guys are back too! It's alright. It's going to be alright. Maybe they won't be hostile right away and will simply recognize me as a doctor on the way to the hospital. Oh, nope, nope, we're not. Tally ho, gentlemen. Rainy night, isn't it? Just a doctor on his way to the hospital. Please don't remember my face. Fake door. No weak, easy scalds in here. Scalds? Scads? Whatever they're called.
My blood and soul, they belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Oh, please spare me, Dark Queen. Spare your obedient slave.
They're too cute. I ship them. Okay, so second floor they said. Ground floor, first floor. Second. Oh, blocked. Second floor. So it is using British nomenclature for what's first and second. Is there a different stair than to go up? Equally locked. Then which second floor office is mine? Swansea's still in there. Maybe they mean first floor, and it's simply been localized to second. Used hacksaw. 65 damage. Is it one-handed weapon? Machete. 65, 15 attack speed. So it's on par with the machete, and better damage. Think I'll take it. Have it use a club though. Slower speed, same stamina. So maybe don't need it. T. Elwood medical file. Patient Thomas Elwood, male, 28 years old. Followed by Dr. Tippett's. Status convalescence. Date of admission September 16th. Date of release to be determined. Patient's face has been heavily burnt and disfigured by a bomb during the war. Even with the use of the strongest sedatives, he affirms he briefly enduring severe pain from the wounds. As if the flames are still burning under the skin, he says. Examinations of the cicatrized tissue show no trace of inflammation, infection, or swelling. Scars are clean. Could it be a case of persisting nerve damage? The patient never ceases to blame himself for his disfiguration. Could it be a case of guilt of the survivor? Phantom pain manifesting as a punishment for not dying with his comrades. New hint available. Feels responsible for his disfiguration. Gin, bottles.
It's locked.
Tippett's office. Tippett, Strickland, and Aykroyd. Oh my goodness. They all share the office. No wonder they can't get along. Reed, he's made a door out to me already. He must have been wishing and hoping for this his whole life then. And kept that office reserved just in case his hero by chance ever happened to stumble in here. Wait a minute, hold on though. This is the first floor. It clearly says, find your office on the second floor. First floor. Second floor. Game, you've lied to me.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Real cause of your injury.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
What really happened?
Tell me what really happened.
And that'll tell us what the lie to.
In Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
And why the lie then?
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans. And it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
What's the matter with that? An accident is an accident. Can't hide forever. Beauty's not everything. Surgery could help. Though beauty isn't everything. What's her face? The vampire queen seems to accept him for who he is. Surgery could help. Can't hide forever. I'm worried though, I might only get one shot here. I don't think beauty not being everything is going to be any comfort to him. Can't hide seems like guilt pushing. Surgery might help with the physical affliction, but not the mental. Still has his own spiritual healing he's got to do after all. It's a toughie. I don't think my Jonathan Reed is equipped for the psychological needs of his patients, if these are the only three options. Maybe we should address the psychological foundations of it. Maybe he feels a fire burning because of the guilt of hiding it, of having a shameful wound and not a glorious heroic bombing.
You know you can't hide forever. One day you'll have to face your loved ones. Until that day, you have no chance of real recovery.
My friends all died in the trenches. It's shameful enough to be alive for these stupid scars. I don't want my children to see me like this.
Your children will love you all the same. Too ashamed by his injuries to see his family. Tell me about his family. Does he have a missus waiting for him out there?
You told me before you don't want your children to see you like this. Do you have any other family?
My sister Agatha has raised my nippers since their mother died. Don't want them to look at me like this.
Dude, your kids are going to love you as you are. Sister respects you, children love you, that's both true. But the children is his primary concern. Not only is he gonna be bringing a cool vampire mom back, but they already love him. He's their dad.
How could children despise their father injured in the war?
What do you think? They saw me once. My poor angels left the room crying.
'Cause their father was hurt.
Nightmares every week, my sister told me.
Your sister's not a child. I'm sure she has nothing but respect for a wounded soldier, and you are her brother.
You don't know my sister Agatha. She may be young, but she's all discipline and morality. If she ever found out what really happened...
She doesn't have to know.
She's a sly one, my sister. One day she'll find out the truth and knock 7 bells out of me. Nah. I'm better off here.
I don't agree with that. But that's everything. That's all of his stuff done.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Disgust on every street corner.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor.
Tell me about vampires? I don't know what unlocked that.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Thelma has witnessed a vampire kill a prey.
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
No, you're delusional. You know nothing about vampires. You could be in danger. Maybe there is a danger aspect to it. Because that, you know nothing is kind of talking down to her, delusional, isn't going to help her, even if it is true. But she could be in physical danger. If she wants to help her decaying body, she sees it. Putting herself in harm's way isn't going to help. There are people who think she is a vampire and want her dead.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
I can't treat her otherwise, can I?
Tell you me you have
Why?
Who
Is
I'm
no.
Tell Would
No.
Maybe a 4th option would appear in time? Because it seems like I've already talked about everything I can talk about. But it's still let up in personal questions.
I'll leave you.
The suffering continues.
Alright, time to find her office then. Couple investigations I could do, but the monsters all surrounding them are way too tough for me. Need more levels. Boost my stuffs.
This must be the place.
Do you hide
It's
out?
Definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Ho ho. But more importantly, what loot is there? Glass vials.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Tutorial. Craft water. The Y is over the crafting bench, so maybe. Does that replenish everything? No, it doesn't. If I had spare ammo, but I don't. Well, first, let me rest. What's this? Dr. Swansea's message. Dear Jonathan, I asked Nurse Crane to secure an office for you on the 2nd floor. Please forget the austere decoration, but Pembroke Hospital is not exactly the Ritz. Sorry to have to discover your office alone, but I need to sleep a little longer before going back to work. I'm just a mere mortal after all. I also gave orders to let you rest, and for the staff to never enter your room. You will be able to sleep all day without being disturbed, and work at night without raising any suspicion. I'm afraid the place is quite messy. but you'll be able to conduct your experiments here at your own pace. You'll also notice there's an open window with a scaffolding that will allow you to enter or exit the hospital without being noticed. I imagine how awfully new and disturbing this all must be for you. Believe me, I have studied enough of your species to understand what you must now be facing and feeling. Be assured, I'll do whatever I can to help you in this ordeal. Know that you're not completely alone in facing it. I'm glad I met you. These dark times we are all presently facing. These dark times we are all presently facing. These are dark times, maybe? I hope our future collaboration will yield great results. Welcome to Pembroke, my esteemed colleague. We shall talk soon. Yours sincerely, Edgar Griffith Swansea. P.S. I left a copy of some of my notes concerning what I have discovered about Akon in the past few years. Feel free to read about it if you need some guidance. As long as you don't use this knowledge to take advantage of me. Swansea's message. Notes. Article on econs. It is a rare opportunity, and almost a privilege, to approach a vampire, to observe their most intriguing physical and psychological traits with a scientific and rational eye. Here are some of the most fascinating abilities I've personally observed over the last 10 years. While interviewing a few vampires, or econ, as they prefer to call themselves. Supernatural speed. A vampire can act and move like a mortal in all his actions, but the trained eye will spot they have the keenest senses, and can react quicker than any mortal. On a few occasions, alarm, surprise, necessity to flee, I have seen a vampire move so quickly, it is almost as if he had vanished, just to reappear somewhere else. The human eye cannot follow their movements when they act so quickly, but it is not a teleport or dematerialization. It is only a supernatural speed. For me, it is a cat-like attribute which allows them to run, dodge, or jump longer and faster than us. I also notice that such speed seems to exhaust them, and that they are bound to physical limitations. Mesmerism. One of the most powerful abilities a vampire can deploy is a capacity to force a mortal to obey them. I call this trait mesmerism, but it has nothing to do with a mortal ability to alter a suspect's mental state. A vampire can bend a mortal to their will, and they could even break a mind. A vampire interviewed even told me the more of a subject tries to resist, the more permanent the damage will be, as if the vampire could literally fracture a target's psyche. The same vampire explained to me that this ability required time to master, and that the result could vary widely from one subject to another. Implant a false memory, erase a painful one. The possibilities are endless and frightening. And blood awareness. This may be the most catastrophic ability of all concerning vampires, since it is the cause of so many tragedies for them and for us. Vampires crave for blood. They must use their will to restrain themselves from frenziedly drinking every drop of blood they can see. They need blood to function and to express the full supernatural traits. A famished vampire can be very weak, even if he cannot die of hunger or thirst. This urge, this need for blood, may explain why a vampire is so aroused by it. A vampire confessed to me that blood could sometimes blind him since its smell and attractiveness can be so strong. When he focuses, a vampire could almost... Rude. A vampire can almost see blood all around them, inside warm bodies, through walls, on a supposedly clean weapon, etc. Some vampires even told me that he can see if a mortal has clean blood or ill, and that in some cases, he can even sense diseases, infected clothes, or even items in a room. If this is true, it could have so many medical applications it almost beggars belief. Any more notes?
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Is that meant to be a test of my humanity? Leaving the flowers dead for me to find? And water on my own volition? More aluminum. Where's the window? He said there's an open window here. Boarded. Boarded. All these windows are closed. I can make treatment for fatigue. To cure a sick citizen during a dialogue. Only one quinine though. And all my ferrous tartrate. All my sodium hypochlorite solution. What else do we have? Anemia we can't treat. Sepsis can't treat. Does the position of the bar over the heart denote the severity of it then? Fatigue, anemia, sepsis. So I guess it does. And they all ask for the exact same thing. More quinine, ferrous tartrate, sodium hypochlorite solution. But in greater doses. First, I need to analyze the components he found to unlock new recipes. 2. Analyze components. Recycle, recycle. Where's 2 analyze then? 2 analyze. Clove essence. Has been used since antiquity due to its strong anesthetic properties. Got a hold for everything. You have enough components to craft a medicine, treatment, or serum. More fatigue. Now what are you? Treatment for cold? Oh, I see. Illnesses of the heart. Illnesses of the lungs. Cold. Bronchitis. Pneumonia. Clove essence. Codeine. Potassium permanganate. Blood sample of William Bishop. Can make a serum for light regeneration. Regenerate 300 health points instantly, then 150 over 15 seconds. Need ferrous tartrate. See, that's gonna take my... That's treatment stuff. That's for these guys. To level 2 is 15 stun. Oh, it takes 3 tiny common handle parts. Increase stun. Or enhance handling. I think I'm okay with the stamina consumption. I think what I want more than anything is increased stun. 3 points of stun when the weapon hits. But I need more stuffs first. Used hacksaw. Do have common handle parts and lead plates. Achievement, work in progress. Enhanced damage for 82 damage. Or increase blood absorption. Hello. Absorb blood points when the weapon hits. 75 is already plenty, but I could absorb 2.5 blood points. What else could we do? Damage dealt by 10, absorb blood by 2.5, so I'll get both eventually. But blood absorption definitely at level 4. Damage dealt, blood absorption. So I could absorb 10 whole points of blood on each strike, or improve the damage done. I think I'll take damage. And just slaughter my way through everything. Achievement, that's better. Firearms. Can I make these better? Missing common trigger parts. For damage dealt. Or reload time. I think reload time's okay for this though. 5 points of stun. Or rate of fire. Rate of fire is pretty good too. Damage and reload. Switch to fire damage against beasts and vampires. Chemical damage for beasts and humans. Two-handed, I think I'm going to ignore.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Oh, he stopped talking. Do I have to be inside to continue his dialogue, his monologue? No, it's over? Okay. Is Mr. Swansea done? Mr. Dr. Swansea? Herr Doctor? Herr Professorin Doctor? Okay, he's sleeping. Is this the open window? Cause... oh, weird. The blood scent is gone. There was blood scent here before. Big blood scent.
It's locked, all right.
That is funny. And nobody else has anything else to talk about?
It's locked.
So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking what I have to do is get my mesmerization high enough that I could slap his mom in the face, lure her outside to some shadowy place, and just release her instead of eating her, but then use that time to rush back here, talk to him alone without his mom, get him the help he needs. Okay, seems not else I can do till I rest and go to the next night. Hopefully it's fine to just rest, because I can't really do anything till I level up. And attribute rest to evolve. I want to game, I want to. It's not my fault every single hide I was hiding behind monstrous beasts and humans. You require 3,000 points after going through 2,000. The game really does want you to eat everybody then. Increased damage when using Bite in combat. Increased life regeneration when using Bite. What else do we have? Increased stamina, increased health. Both could be important. 50 and 15%. Blood capacity isn't an issue so far. Big thirst. Increased blood absorption when using Bite. I think blood absorption's okay. Life regen. Life regen, life regen, life regen. Damage inflicted. Or do I want to just use claws? Cut through all living creatures in front of me. If I have more damage, maybe I won't need life regen. Or maybe if these are all I have. Well, it only costs 300. That's cheap. 50 health only. I don't know how much 50 is relatively. 300, 300. That's a whole 1,000. So could grab a few things. Alright, more regen. It's only 5% though. To build up 250. If I really commit to it. But 100%, that's double damage. Better bites. Better endurance. And a bit more health. Defensive. An invisible barrier, absorbing direct damage until it fades or is destroyed. When barrier disappears, it explodes, deals damage to anyone, basic Quen. Absorb direct damage. That's just a basic continuation of that then. Coagulation. Block your target's blood in their veins, making them defenseless. Ooh. Maybe I want that. To kill something that cannot move. Control your target's blood. At the time you control is increased. Target's blood will now burst out of their body, flowing towards your mouth to feed you without touching your prey. Oh, that sounds extremely sinister. Do I wanna? I have 1,000 XP to spend. Two seconds of control to just stop them from doing anything. I could. Coagulation then. And 500 more points. Tactical. A Shadow Veil. Drains your stamina to fade into the shadows and become invisible to most enemies. Moving in this state will drain more stamina. To lead towards gain damage and send bonuses if you leave the shadows. Or just continuation, spraying a supernatural move to your target and cause damage upon landing. Well, that could be cool. Concentrate your blood in your feet to increase your impact upon landing, dealing damage around you. Or stun them and embrace them automatically. Or science. 3 serums. Or the number of bullets. 300 to spend. A veil to be invisible. If I was putting all my points into stamina, then maybe a stamina build that's all Shadow Veil and all physical prowess. I think I do need more bullets. Let me get more bullets. Upgrade pockets. Spreading my skills out so
I'm
much.
to stay here until my research is complete. I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Help the hospital cope with the epidemic. Speak of the
I'm
devil.
not one to make wait, Doctor. I've patients to attend.
What you doing up here, Dorothy?
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Nothing up here. The room's off limits. No antiseptics at all. Truly.
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Used to
Perhaps
be.
I should look there first.
Hey, crab boy.
Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
I feel like abandoned morgue is going to be prime ground for more monsters.
It's locked, all right.
Anything more we can talk about, though?
Yes, Doctor?
How's the situation?
Exactly how bad is the supply situation here at Pembroke?
It really depends. Dr. Swansea deftly works his society contacts for monies, but with the quarantine, well, we're in God's hands.
Why then do you always work the nights? Don't you ever sleep?
At the Pembroke, we're always hands on deck.
Well, she's going to get herself skilled then. And that is going to be around to help the patients. Lack of sleep is dangerous, not just for you, but the patients.
Lack of sleep and the medical profession always ends in disaster. I've witnessed many a colleague succumb to stimulants to fight exhaustion. Drugs were as deadly as bullets in the trenches.
London's trenches start here at Pembroke Hospital. We are on the front line, make no mistake.
And to think, this came out in 2018.
Your dedication to the Pembroke does you credit, Nurse Crane, but when do you sleep?
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor. Nursing is a vocation, not the labor of a journeyman.
And was
Please,
it more
could you point me in the
out
direction
back?
of the morgue again?
It's the large boarded-up building behind the hospital. You can't miss it. The key I gave you will open the small back door to it.
Okay.
That's all.
Anybody else up here? Ella Wood? My patients have such tiny
cannot
blood
enter.
potency. People still around. Unknown is still unknown.
It's locked.
That's mysterious. I want to know who she is.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye.
Everyone else appears to have the same. Just Thelma. Mortimer Goswick suffers fatigue. I have medicine for that.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Press E to check the medical status. Healing a citizen will increase his blood quality and reward XP. Health status also improve. But we're in a hospital anyway.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
Give medicine. Now that we have medicine.
You are not a burden, sir.
And you have my
Treatment for fatigue -1.
How I'll let you get... Good evening.
Hints required.
I have to...
Mom, if you can give him some time alone. Hint needed, nothing but hints.
Goodbye.
Okay, so I've already exhausted everybody from the previous night then. And nobody appears to be new except for her, who I can't get to because the room's locked. Hey, Clay Cox is around. Is that a note? It is. A crumpled letter for who? I'm tired of your shit, Clay. What the fuck did you do? All the bloody docs are gossiping about how my husband has just got that stupid kid. How many times did I tell you to count 20 before drawing your blade? How can we expect to do proper business and have people obey if you keep on killing everyone who dares cross you? Now rumor says some blokes from the dead's family are looking for you. And one of them even swore to kill you. Don't come home tonight. I've seen strange men patrolling the streets. They may be some commie militia or something like that sent to arrest you. Go to a safe place for a few days. Maybe go to the hospital or Whitechapel. Make yourself useful for once by checking if any business could be settled over there. When the situation is calmer, I'll send a wet boot boy so you know when to come back. Edwina.
Really pissed me off this.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Personal questions. What about your wife?
What can you tell me about your marriage, Clay?
Marriage is the sweetest cage, they say. Well, I found myself locked in one with a wild animal.
You mean your wife keeps you on your toes?
No, I mean, we both have claws and we both love to bite.
But your wife's letter?
Am I right to assume your wife's letter pissed you off, Clay?
I was so mad, I threw away the knife she got me when we got married.
Your wife gave you a knife as a wedding present.
That knife has always been my lucky charm. If I'd had it in my hand when I got stabbed on that pier, I'd not have been wounded.
Do you want it back? Don't you want it back?
Do you want it back?
I don't need it here, but if you'd be kind enough to bring it to me.
Doctor means errand boy.
A grateful Clay Cox. I might just find your knife and bring it back to you to see that happen.
I can give you directions, but I'd be surprised if you managed to find it. My hideout isn't meant to be found easily.
A lucky charm. I never would have taken you as the superstitious type.
We all have our flaws, Doc. Mine's to have my weapon of choice for when the really dirty business comes around.
How's hospitalization?
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. As long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
And the hospital? What about the staff? Is it Dr. Ackroyd again?
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
He's our colleague, so feel free to tell me.
Bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
Clay, don't you have a wife?
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
And about the man he pushed?
Think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water.
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
almost die. Did he want revenge?
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother.
Oh, as
Poor
one
arsehole
does.
Thought it would be easy to return the favour.
A new hint available. Married to Edwina, had murdered the brother of a man who tried to kill him. Survival at all cost. Neutral answer. Jonathan does say a surgeon has to be neutral.
Only the strongest survive, then. Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
I'll leave.
Hold on. That's right, I didn't hear nothing.
Hey, Doc.
How long can he avoid the law?
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this
Not that it's
shit
my
like the
lane.
back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
Justice will find you. Prepare to die soon. To foreshadow feeding on him. Nah, he's got a wife.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
We had the gratitude of the leader himself of the Wet Boot Boys. Intense Arena Gang leader after his recovery. Hey, Wither, welcome back. Life in London. No relationships.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Wait a minute, hold on. What about?
Hey, Doc.
Medical checkup. What's wrong with him?
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care.
Does he suffer pneumonia?
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Well, what's he have though? What's his issue? Fatigue? Just fatigue? I could treat it, but I haven't got any
Consider
medicine.
yourself lucky.
Don't play the innocent.
I'll leave you for now.
Gotta find myself new stuff to make new medicines. Trash. Just small bottles. Who's this? An unknown person. Who's unknown? All the way down there. Either way, new person is new person. Where is he? Buongiorno, sir.
I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital.
If he's searching here, it's not the fellow from the last night, is it?
More details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats.
Literal?
Can't
Figurative?
stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend.
Phobia of rats prevents him from rescuing his missing friend.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together.
A Thatcher, huh? Can we change history?
Nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help.
Well, congrats, he's right under it.
Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Opium, huh? Got a pocket full of it.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
Going into the sewers, and you guys are at the hospital.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Some pretty extreme musophobia. If he's willing to do that. No loot. Tiny common handle parts. That's 3 then. That should be enough to upgrade my my stake. Knife? Where's the knife at? Knife is over. Oh. Well, I'm level 6 now, so might be able to survive. Might be able to survive some guards. It's the right way, right? Right way. Level 10 and 11. Still risky. I assume so, yeah. I know that the house mouse is mus musculus. So mus being the genus, musophobia. Directly covers mice. Maybe also applies rats.
Stop right now!
Below me. These 2 goons. Executioners. A rogue skull. They can't ever make it easy on me, can they? Well, depending on, it's kind of contextual. Like, if one talks about, like, hydrophobia, that it kind of does carry the connotation of fear. But if it's, like, homophobia, that it's not really fear more so than hatred, but that's kind of like a contextual understanding. Got no choice. Skull is standing between me and the knife. What do I have now? Skills wise. Coagulation on 4. Why not 3? Why skip over 3 entirely? Shadow Miss and Coagulate. Oh, gun's still out. Put that gun away. Okay, this guy's being too fancy. Way too fancy. Where do I get to be? Where am I? All the way back up. What skills do I want them? Sit on 3. Where am I heading? Down to there, so want to be... through here? Maybe wait for him to turn around. Pretty sure he turns. Come on. Or just run through him. Not exactly Dishonored, is it? Can't jump to the sign and from beyond. Stealth. True. It definitely does imply more the irrational fear aspect. And pretty sure for most of my life, when people talk about phobias, it was in the context of irrational fear too. Poked him. Enjoy this bone saw already. Blood for me then. Ah, saw him flying towards me, but I couldn't dodge it. So I think you do just want to keep your distance in case they do that Seems to be that if you're within proximity, then you will get jumped on. Sturdy blood sample. I thought that was a cave for a second. A cave at a dungeon to go into. A large knife.
This must be Clay Cox's knife. Blade. No wonder he wants it back.
See, depression, being oh it's just sadness, is more ignorance than anything. Might be the public perception back in the 70s or 80s, but nowadays there's much more awareness about how exactly it impacts people, or that it does in general. That's a case in which we didn't need new terms, we just needed people to actually know what's going on.
Stay away!
Oh, okay. I'm gone, it's alright. Then I'm back. Can't jump up with them looking at me.
Sorry, sir. No admittance.
I kind of wanted to see what would happen if I do this while they're watching, but I guess I can't. Well, insofar as those who refuse to be better, we can't really revolve our entire lives around them. Like in so many things, the world is getting better in lots of ways, but there are still holdouts of people who are just being hateful and refusing to advance for whatever personal motivations. We don't bend to them. We make everybody else better. Now where is that morgue? Over on up ahead? Old morgue. Anybody to eat in here? It's a locked up morgue, so shouldn't be anybody. I don't detect anyone, but I hear something. Though it could just be the soundtrack acting creepy. Somebody left the lights on. A fire going. Hold up. Who's got a fire in an abandoned morgue? This place should be closed. No one's been in here for a while. Oh, that's back outside. Back in. Sorry, Jonathan. When you say Boxy tries to infiltrate society, you mean Boxy, the sentient box? The mimic? Being among the people?
It's locked, all right.
Find the key to the morgue basement. And apparently also looking for lots of medicinal stuffs to make more medicines. I'm kind of concerned. Yeah, definitely someone. Kind of concerned, but I wasn't gonna say that there might not be enough materials to make all the healing items I want to.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain.
Medicines.
This sickness moves faster than influenza.
And more blood samples. What did I get from him? Just cigarette case. Shotgun shells and bullets. At least I haven't seen everyone smoking so far like in Yakuza. To enter a race for infiltration. Shape changer, not doppelganger. So it actually is infiltration. Kind of letting in then. Can't play the gramophone.
Enter.
Fine, I'll just grab the meds. Just one each of the quinine and glass vials. Alcohol bottles.
This
Key?
key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Surely, yes, quite. Note? Not a note. Though the lion statue is pretty cool. Shame I can't take it. The free syringe. Why is thing out? Oh. Another scowl. Just where are all you guys hiding? But that's cheating. OP move, please nerf. Running to jump? Nope. Ah, actually dodged it! Then, what's the cutoff point? When could I dodge it and when could I not? He had quinine on him.
It's locked, all right.
Hold up, somebody went invisible. Don't think I didn't see you. Were you hiding? Someone is trying to spook me. Maybe there's a head vampire here that is releasing low-level dudes into the area. Class spot and that's it. Alright, down I go then. Now this was objectively locked. How on earth did they get inside? Who have we got here? A level 6? A level 5? Anybody else that could help him?
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Did I loot the other one? Bullets. Only the one. Dead end here. Good. Clear. Clear left. I feel like there's a third one. Oh, that's 2. And I'm trapped in. Out of the way, out of the way. Nope, nope, nope. What? Ah, I just tapped my insta-heal too. It's alright. Just means more experience to gain. Have they returned to the top side? My other foes. They have returned to build up a bit more XP. Morning person or evening person? Being tricky. Let's try to suss out the doppelganger. Crab Boy, do they get experience that way though? Because I know for Sims usually, if you want to get good at mechanical stuff, you make more stuff, or repair more stuff. But if you're using magic, does it still work for building the experience? Smooth.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
He's got his knife out again. Rude to him, but I'll take more Is this how I farm out healing items? By grabbing the quinine, dying, then restarting and grabbing the quinine again. Oh, there were meds here. Hadn't even seen them.
Fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Yeah, for sure. Familiars are the lifeblood after all. Gotta keep them cozy. No enemies here. How is my quinine stock? 4 ergotamine. So might be able to make a couple of fatigue medicines. We'll see whether that is just like my Sunless Skies philosophy. Crew might be intended to be expendable physically, but still keep them safe and sane when I can. Okay, so who we got here? There's at least 2 to the right, but I only see the one. Oh, there's the other one. Is there another one to the left? No. So it is just these 2 that I heard then. Kite him out. There's no way that killed him right away. Is he dead? That was it? That's all I needed. No, there is someone else to the left. I don't see him. I hear him, but I don't see him. Oh, there he is. But I could safely ignore him for the time being. Oh, the quinine. It's Amazon Trail all over again. Another open door. Too much love here. Become as shadow. All these guys just carrying meds. Are these dudes also here looking for medicine? And whatever is inside that door has to be important. Oh, I can see where his eyes are facing. That's pretty cool. Insta-death. There's nothing important in there. 2 doors I could open. They left the body in the morgue. I thought this place was abandoned. As in, they cleared everything out, didn't have to be here anymore. Well, that explains the carrion eaters then. If they've still left people, fresh meat inside. That's fresh, it is fresh. Is this really abandoned, or is somebody coming in here periodically?
It's locked.
Use Liston knife. Blood absorbing knife. An offhand weapon. Let the bodies hit the morgue. Let me see. Offhand, gun needs more ammo. Attack speed 10. 15 stamina. Maybe as a just in case. Because otherwise, steak seems fine. Death report, Office of Pembroke Hospital Medical Examiner, report of investigation. Decedent, Samuel Connor, race Caucasoid. It is 1918. Sex male, age 39, home address unknown, occupation fisherman, type of death natural. Probable cause of death, fast progressing pneumonia by virus-induced pulmonary consolidation, Spanish influenza. Examination attendees. Dr. Corcoran Tippett, Nurse Gwyneth Barnagan. Names and signature of medical examiner, Dr. Dr. Corcoran Tippett. Hit the fjord.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
Does it not match? Because report basically said died of flu. Then why is he opened up? Corner of his lips look frothy. Unless Dr. Tippett had some horrible habits. Damaged legs and arms.
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman.
So irrelevant. The open chest is obvious, but let me see the corners of his lips.
Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps?
Which one's Tippett's? Where's the personalities? Tippett's is who? Tippett's is the overworked guy, isn't he? Overqualified, exhausting himself. So it's not like he's Strickland, who might have motivation to do experimental stuff, but his experimentations are more like blood transfusions, not drugs.
The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened.
Salamander eggs. It's gotta be.
A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
That doesn't seem accidental. Corcoran's medical error cost Mr. Connor his life. Maybe I do want to end up devouring that doctor. Nothing here. Nothing at all. And a new single with her. For who? Who's got a single out? Who are we singling out? What's that, the corpse? No, a door. just to back. Power Wolf. You might have to link me some of their stuff. Nothing in this room. Okay, going to make a note there, make a copy paste, because I know that I won't be able to spell that off memory afterwards. Big open boss arena. And medicines just hanging out in the middle, under the lights. Clickety click and save that tab. Who do we have here? Shadowy person. Oh, he's got boss HP. John Doe. Oh no, he's... My health, what have you done to my health? Okay, good. So that does restore my health beyond the capacity drop. Okay, I don't care what the reviewers say. This combat is fun. Oh, this shadowy dude sliced at me! And that's what's dropping my health so much. Okay, I need a lot more stamina then, so I can dodge more reliably. Maybe switch out to the blood knife. No death on a new boss.
So ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Oh, but we haven't had to yet. There's no need to drink blood. There's an upstairs that I can't go to. Gotta maintain the boss arena. Oh, but I can go up. Surely there's not going to be any cutscene to deprive me from going through. So grab my meds and go up. That's not meds.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Watery rich blood sample, enigmatic formulas. Performed by supernatural creatures, singing of their undead werewolf crusades against something or other. Sounds pretty fun, to be honest. A workbench. Okay, so what do I have to make? Water rich blood sample, analyze. A light blood serum. Regenerates 60 points instantly. 60 blood points. That might be useful. Just costs opium and ergotamine. I'll go ahead and make some fatigue medicine for Mr. Cox. Can I improve the use list on knife? Wait, no. My steak. Steak definitely needs more on it. But it's only got level 2. My steak is kind of limited then. It doesn't have 3 or 4 like the rest. So I can only give it 3 points of stun or decrease stamina consumption? Well, I can't really wail with the stake anyway, so it's gotta be the 3 points of stun. Offhand melee weapon. And that should be it for the morgue. Got a knife to return, medicine to give, and some questions to ask the very unfair doctor. Oh, hold on. One final fight. Only level 5 though. What am I using? The blood knife? Use stake. Ooh, nice. So only 2 hits, even if it's 3 blocks of stunning. Okay, so are there more people upstairs? Another skull. And that's this floor. 2 on this floor. Are there more upstairs? Nah, just downstairs. And it appears to be just a 2. Which is a shame. I was kind of looking forward for more opportunities to level grind. Blood sample. They're both 6, right? Cool. Always forgetting my stamina. Jumped. By far my least favorite enemy move in the game. That everyone, you're new. A watch. Simple watch. Do I hear more screams? Is that just the streets outside? Are they on the roofs, in the walls, under the ceiling? Oh, well, they're same. It is gonna be that time of night where a stream usually ends. So if you gotta sleep, dude, you gotta sleep. At an appointment tomorrow? Hope you have fun then. Knife to owner, medicine to Dorothy. Where am I? Heading the complete wrong direction. But hospital's here. Why is the morgue lit up? Maybe the game doesn't know that the morgue is done. Unless there is more at the morgue. But first, gotta stop by Cox. Unless we have a way through here.
I cannot enter.
Everything here locked. And snooping on the doctor through the door apparently isn't adequate. Despite seeing and hearing everything that goes on, doesn't count as unlocking. Maybe there's an ability to turn myself into a fly on the wall. Sofa, where is he? Cox? There you are, Cox.
Hey, Doc.
Found your knife.
I have found a gift from your wife.
In that case, you'll be properly rewarded, Doc. Clay Cox is a man of his word.
I hope that won't make me an accomplice
20
to your
shillings.
future crimes.
Who knows what I might do now I feel invincible again.
And our medical
You're
checkup.
lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
With drugs.
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
Blood quality at max, but it's only a meager 1000 XP.
I'll leave you for now, Mr.
So even if I do want to eat him, he's not worth much to me anyway. Okay, what else do we have? Interrogate Gwyneth and Cochrane. Search for Strickland's order. Might be able to do it now. But I have a little bit of experience on me, some levels, some skill ups. But gotta interrogate Gwyneth and Tippets. Are these the two I want to see? I do believe so. Hope you don't mind if I just talk about each other.
Good evening, Nurse Brent.
Talk about you two in front of each other. Tippets, medical error, more like medical murder.
Tell me what Dr. Tippets did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippets would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippets in our situation?
Understand what you did to create risk? You did not have that right. Who was to say he would have gotten fired? Medical mistakes and deaths happen. Unfortunate but true. I understand, but she did not have the right to cover up the death.
To clear Dr. Tippett's name must be the decision of Dr. Swansea. You can't take matters into your own hands.
I respect Dr. Swansea's authority and management, but he's no idea what happens here on a daily basis. I did what I had to do.
You could have explained that to Dr. Swansea. Overqualified, has covered for Cochrane's medical error.
Goodbye, nurse.
Now where'd the doctor get to? Gave us a bit of privacy. Back inside? No, he's right here. Could have possibly heard that yelling all the way across the yard.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Oh yes, we know you're a murderer.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was he? Nature of the mistake. Why not stop practicing? Because we do need doctors. He overworks himself. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's all about him not resting. Pushing him too hard to the point where his medical practice is slipping and people tangibly, fatally suffer.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
And now it's just been left there to rot.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Since then, with the freshness of the corpse, had to be yesterday or something. I'll cover for you. Well, that's a new option. Dare I? I don't know. I think he just should have just come clean with it. Like I said, medical mistakes happen all the time.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
And as long as he's transparent, and for the most part doing his best and his good results otherwise, then it's usually something that can be dealt with on a disciplinary basis. But then covering it up on top of that is so much more punishable. See, me, I think vampirism wouldn't be that bad of a deal. I had a guy who was huge into vampire literature try to explain to me that in his books, no vampire lives more than 300 years because they get bored and have to kill themselves. And I'm like, that's garbage. If a vampire lives just a little bit longer, and they get to the era of video games, that is an infinite number of new experiences and lives to live in multiple times a year. Hampton, unknown is still unknown. Choose what to do with Dr. Tippett's. Cover for him. In exchange for his resignation. Or trust Gwyneth Brannigan. Cover Dr. Tippett's in exchange for his resignation. Or cover Dr. Tippett's error. The fact of the matter is, this hospital does need doctors. I don't like the cover-up. I don't like that this has to be continuing the cover-up. But the fact is, the current state, oh, this hospital looks huge from the outside. Pembroke simply cannot afford to... What is going on here? Hold up.
Yes, Doctor?
No, go away.
That's all.
A rat in the hospital.
Good evening, sir.
When I missed out. Another unknown. Another unknown. Hold on. Citizen's Blood will provide you the most massive XP boost. But for citizens to mesmerize, of your mesmerized level or below, and choose wisely. No, not gonna. I want to see where that unknown is. Where's unknown? There was unknown. 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 I have not spoken to you. Oh, because you're sickly. Can I help with that?
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
Culinary enjoyment does kind of seem to vary story to story. But at the very least, if I couldn't taste and enjoy food, maybe I'll actually lose weight. I think what I'll do is that I'll just cover up to continue. Simply because the hospital's already short-staffed and needs all the hands it can get.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippett's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippett's is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tippett's must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
We kind of already talked to him about it. Hint failed? Wait, what? What do you mean hint failed? Where's hint failed? Where's Tippett's? Hint lost! Maybe the hint lost is that he's agreed to resign, and that has fortified his blood quality as much as it can be. That's something I can't talk to him about then. Maybe I should just eat him to make up for my shame. No investigations. Complete. These are local investigations. What about main mission? Where's the main mission one? Talk to Swansea. That looks like a play button. Is there anything to play? Because the music goes away. There it is. All sorts of check marks. Brought medicine to Dorothy Crane in the patient's room. Was there supposed to be like a cutscene for that? Did I accidentally skip through it? Because the rats appearing kinda just took me by surprise. See, insofar as divorcing oneself from humans because friends grow old and die and you don't, that's really the case. Real life is already filled with death and loss. It's just multiplied a little bit for one who is eternal. Alright, Edgar Swansea should be at the top. What time is it now? 4:17. Guess we could start talking about rats then.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not?
It is most certainly a skull.
In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier.
No kiss.
The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous
Must be what?
as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
A brand new one
I
life.
wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. But my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
No gift? Your works bring comfort. I'm a living paradox.
There is an absurd poetry to
Night, night, Wither. Enjoy your rest.
Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
Says the guy who was brandishing a crucifix not so long ago. Not amusing, no need to apologize. We need each other. There is no need to apologize. Be polite, Jonathan.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
Is that what it means by rats in hell?
Stoll, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Could I steal from him? Rare species of vampires? As a scholar, and an exegete of ancestral writings, I would never insist enough about the importance of taking legends and ancient folklores into account when searching for hints about hidden or lost secrets. A common mistake is to take what we know for an established truth, and use it to discard any contradictory material. For example, we must consider the possibility of undiscovered species of vampires, and the necessity to rethink what we see as the established truth about the various types of immortals, based on what we know and what we gather through time. For centuries, for how many centuries, did we consider that vampire was a vernacular term for what we learned to call econ? Until the day four explorers of the Brotherhood found proof in Siberia that Vulkolds were a lupine type of vampire, we considered these creatures to be linked to the mythological werewolf. Now we know it is not true. What about the rest? What about the Rashkasha from my homeland? What about the Chinese Jiangxi? Or the Pu Shen of southern Chile? And without even leaving the beautiful Great Britain, what about the stories about the bat-shaped women sometimes flying around St. James Church in Louth? What about the creature, only identified as Disaster in some obscure testimonies, which tried to destroy London in 1666 by spreading plague all around the city? What about the Nimrod, the mythical figure of restless vampire hunters, sometimes described by ancestral British econs as a legendary huntsman who only feeds on his prey's blood and could go unnoticed amongst the immortals and immortals? I tell you, my brothers, we never can be too sure of what we could find. If only we could forget for a few minutes what we were supposed to already know. From Unveiling the Night by Usher Toltree, Primate of St. Paul. And so much more left undiscovered. No more notes? No, there's something. Letter of Rakesh Chidana. Pembroke Hospital, 4th August. Dear Dr. Swansea, I will be glad to manage a temporary morgue as soon as it's opened. As I have already told you, I was a doctor during the war, and I will be glad to serve my country again. I know it is not the same being a physician for the dead as it is for the living, but I believe it is important to welcome and take good care of our departed too. Rest assured, I will do my best to fully perform this new duty to the best of my ability. Consider the question of my qualifications. I'm sorry I can't give you anything more valuable than my parole. I swear to you that my regiment made me a doctor during the war, and that I saved many lives. If my word is not enough, you can contact the military administration to verify my experience and skills. They will confirm that even if I never followed any medical studies, the war taught me what a doctor really needs to know. Always sincerely, Rakesh Chadana, former doctor. So he's not a doctor then. Has been appointed a medic by mistake during the war. But surely his experience speaks for itself.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
Can't ask for his help. Press for details, can I? Oh, not that kind of press for details.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know.
Which is to say
Forget
nothing.
the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings, and the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
Must I kill? We know the sun won't destroy me because we read notes to that effect.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
Must I kill? He whimpers, having killed how many guards already?
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend.
Except for everybody in
You
town.
have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
And about the
You
Brotherhood?
mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
Explains wandering. Don't you fear me? I don't think he does.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
I mean, apart from that whole incident with the crucifix in my face.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Which is to say, you acknowledge your place as my prey.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand?
Where do we stand today?
But to be
With
honest,
one
we
murderous
cope
doctor at
on a
least.
day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
Noble enough.
The man
What
we
about old
pursued
Billy?
and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe. Was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
So technically, haven't faced an actual vampire yet?
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a skull?
A skull is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
How do skulls come into existence?
You see with a daddy
The name
skull
means
and a mommy
slave.
skull.
The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
And that's it then. It's
We'll
everything
see
to
each other
ask.
again soon, Edgar.
And nothing else here for me to steal, except for this. A warning letter. Pembroke Hospital, 25th October. Dear Dr. Swansea, I must inform you of my deepest reservations concerning the Dr. Thoreau Strickland and Harvey Fiddick case. Mr. Fiddick has been hospitalized after severe work injury. He may permanently lose the use of his arm if not treated adequately. Dr. Strickland claims that a surgical procedure may save the man's arm completely. I say, it may also sever its functions for good, if complications arise. Our young colleague is an audacious and a daring surgeon, who might prove a great professional in a few years, but for now he lacks the skills to perform such a risky procedure. Need I remind you of the mistakes he made in the past? Since Dr. Strickland refuses to listen to me, I strongly advise you to forbid him to perform such a hazardous experiment. Very respectfully, Dr. Waverly Ackroyd. Thoreau's medical skills have been questioned in the past. Well, by who, though? Questioned by Ackroyd, so it's not exactly an objective place. What more can we do? Who's this? The Goswicks are glowing again. Maybe this time I'll be able to actually catch a conversation. Until I open the door, then they return to the original place. Maybe what I should do instead is walk outside and eavesdrop from beyond the door. From beyond the wall. Don't mind me, Goswicks. Those are these tents of the way, though. I don't think I can get close enough to hear them. Well, it's too late. Maybe next time.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Tippets, any gratitude at all?
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
I have no time for such triviality, my dear colleague. We're here to save lives.
Hint required, but I've locked myself out of it. 2 hint requires.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Should have had him resign after all, but because we're so understaffed here, there's no way I could afford to lose a doctor. Oh well. Though I think, given the time of day, that I'll call it there for tonight and resume this tomorrow. So far, having fun with this. Didn't know what to expect coming into the game. Apart from that, reviews tend to admire the writing but hate the actual game aspect, but so far kind of enjoying the game too. Thanks, kids, you too, and you better feel better, skids. There actually are people playing Vampire. With clever names. I think I saw somebody else go live earlier that was playing something I might have wanted to see. Excuse me. But I guess they must have stopped. A shame that. Well, in that case, who is where? It's tempting to raid somebody else playing Vampire. But what if they're ahead of me? What if I spoil myself? Kinda spent like, what is this? 6 hours? All on what's basically chapter 1? Anybody else playing Sunless Skies? There was nobody yesterday but one. Actually is Alligator FK House. I think what I'll do is drop a raid on over to watch some Sunless Skies being played out. So, back to this tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. Turns out that Vampire is a very fun game so far. And we'll do more of it tomorrow. Clean up this hospital a bit. Covering up the doctor's murder might have been a bad idea, but consequences, gotta live with it. So do enjoy the rest of your night. See you guys around. Oh, gross. Got the... These Twitch ads are something else. Totally want to spend 30 seconds watching somebody on the toilet. Alright, raid time. Thanks for hanging. See you guys.